is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
While round 2 at Daytona gave the teams a taste of what some of the longer races have in store over the remainder of the season, round 3 takes the series to a very different challenge. Survival is still the name of the game, but with only 4 hours on the clock, the long haul is not the aspect most likely to remove drivers. No, Barber Motorsports Park has earned a reputation as a technical track in which passing can at times be maddeningly difficult. And with 3 classes of cars out on track, there's likely to be a few moments of frustration, miscommunication, and potentially race-ending misery. Prepare for an Alabama roller coaster with plenty of ups and downs as we get ready to watch the 4 hours of Barber, round 3 in the DGFX series, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Nick Schmeg. Next to him is Taylor Burris. Behind the scenes is our director, the Dr. Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Taylor, Barber is personally one of my favorite tracks on iRacing, but I've hogged the mic enough during the intro, so I'll let you do the honors of telling our audience a little bit more about this circuit.
Well, of course, Joe, and welcome everyone to Barber Motorsports Park. Located in Birmingham, Alabama, and opened in 2003, this 2.3 mile or 3.8 kilometer course is by far one of the premier tracks here in sports car racing. Mostly a home for IndyCar racing, however, the track has seen its fair share of sports car racing in its early years with the Grand Am Relic Sports Car Series and Pirelli World Challenge. To give you the fantasy what it's like to take on this Alabama roller coaster, let us hop on board for a GSRC lap guide.
All right, we've got Taylor Burris in the GSRC 4 GT, so let's do a lap around Barber. Down into turn 1, the drop in elevation and rapid pace makes it pretty difficult to make a pass into here. Plus, you immediately switch directions to head through the Alabama roller coaster. Drivers will want to tend to take this as a double apexer, but also swing wide at the exit because you need every bit of track on your way through 4. The car gets super light here. Then, coming back to the right, you've got one of the few good passing opportunities under braking into Charlotte's Web. But the way the track falls away, it's very easy to outbrake yourself into this hairpin. Bleed back onto the power as the corner opens up on the exit, and then we've got another little stretch before Museum Corner. This is a wicked triple apex chicane that's totally blind on the way in and should be taken single file if you're smart. Pass attempts into here almost never go well. As you hit the bottom of the hill, you'll switch sides once more, and then you've got the swift S's along the back half of the course. Avoid taking too much of these curbs or else you risk unsettling the car. The switchbacks aren't done yet either because 12 and 13 are just as tricky. It's mainly the exit of 13 with that huge hump which tends to catch drivers out. You'll be begging for traction as you try to find the power, but you're also smacked in the face with the long arc of 14 and 15. It forces you to slow the car as it's turning all the way around down to that late apex. But you've got to hug the right side because you want to ensure you carry a ton of speed through the final corner onto the front stretch. Try not to understeer off, and hopefully you've now finished a lap around Barber. They see a lap up and down and around all the various twists and turns that are involved on this circuit. Now, with us being 2 rounds done and just starting the 3rd one, we've got a little bit of an idea of how the points are looking. Not a whole lot of rounds in this series, but let's go to Nick, of course, to start us off with the 2 prototype series and where those points sit.
Sure thing, Joe. Yeah, with only 6 rounds, every race really important here. You see there your LMP1 standings after the last race. Kinetic Racing in the 83 moved up to the lead in the standings. Scuderia REC right behind them, only 5 points back. 3rd place right now, GT Temple Racing at number 17. Simitalk Esport is going to be 18 points back, and German Sim Racing is 21 points back. Now, where it gets interesting is when we head over to the LMP2 standings, because this is a lot tighter, I believe. And yes, you see there, it's a 1-point difference. Right now, Nomad Sim Racing leads Team Hoisingveld by 1 point. And only 5 points back, Bad Cactus Racing, the 195. The Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC, 6 points back. And the V Apex Racing Group 101, 9 points back. So top 5, only 9 points difference for the top 5 of the LMP2 standings right now.
Looking like that one is going to be one to watch towards the end of this, because could have some serious changes between all of the top 5. Now, Taylor, we also have 2 classes over in the GT cars. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how those are looking?
Well, if we look at the GTE Pro category, that class is by far really close amongst the top 3, separated by 3 points. But it's still going to be Graphite Racing and that number 292 Ferrari that currently holds the points lead by 1 point over the German Sim Racing team. Right behind them, gaining a couple of positions, is the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast, who's only 3 points behind in that Porsche. A big gain in points and position is the V Apex Racing Group, the number 233 car. They gained 14 spots and have moved into the 4th position. And then, of course, rounding out the top 5 in the GTE Pro is the Alliance Racing with only 20 points behind. We go down into the GT Am category. That race is starting to break up a little bit, but still very close racing. We have in the lead for the points is the AVA Vervatic Porsche with a 49 lead, with 7 points behind is the Team Viking. Tied, though, with the PCDC Motorsports team. Rounding up 4th is the Pineapple Racing 360 car, who's only 8 points back, and then rounding out your top 5 is the second of the PCDC Motorsports cars in a Porsche, 15 points from the lead. So the points battle is really heating up in both of our amateur classes here, Joe. But why don't you tell us a little bit more about today's race?
Absolutely. As we mentioned, we are in round 3 here. Now, there are the 3 classes that you can see separated by the blue, the yellow, and the red. The P1 class has 2 different makes, the Porsche 919 and the Audi R18. The P2 is a single make, just the HPD is out there. Now, the GTE Pro and Am both have 3 different types of cars. There you see the Ferrari, the Ford, and the Porsche. And the way to tell the difference between those 2 is the Pros are 200 numbers, the Ams are 300 numbers, if you're curious how to tell them apart out on track. The setups for all 3 of these classes are open, so the drivers and the teams will need to tweak them so that everybody who gets in the car will be happy today, because this is a team's race, we should mention. There you see 2 to 4 drivers are allowed out on track. 4-hour race day, which is the shortest races they hold in this series. I'm sure some of the drivers will be happy about that with the challenges that this track presents. And there are full course cautions. Now, those of you familiar with iRacing might be going, ooh, well, that makes things interesting. And yes, indeed it does, because it is not very common that you see many road series here on iRacing that have those full course cautions, and they play a big part into the strategy out here today. Currently, we are watching qualifying of the fastest class, the last class to put their qualifying in. It's the LMP1s, who are currently being led by Kinetic Racing. They've got Mark Torres out in the car trying to hot lap. And critically here, Nick, is try to find some space out there, because I'm looking at the lap times. Man, these LMP1s absolutely whip around the track. There's just no time for them to find space, it looks like.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get worse when the racing starts. But the thing I'm noticing, we have a lot of names we haven't heard for the most of the season up here. SRT, Team USA in second, Wyvern Racing in third. A lot of these guys who are not even in the top 4 or 5 in points really doing well here, and a couple of really good teams that we've seen all year, like Simitok Esport Jade back in 7th right now, GT Temple Racing back in 8th. And it's only a 10-car field right now, so definitely something to watch for. We might have a winner that you don't expect today in the LMP1s.
That'll be a good surprise for the drivers out there, certainly, as they would love to try and add a win in this series where, with so few rounds, it's hard to come by wins. Now, you might have noticed that it has gone from cloudy to sunny to cloudy and back again. Well, the clouds aren't just going to change out there, but also the angle of the sun, as this is the first time, Taylor, we will see a DGFX race where the sun actually changes as time goes on. So what kind of challenges is that going to present? Because before, obviously, the drivers have had the changing track with it rubbering in and whatnot, and it changes temperature slightly. But now we've seen that can change so much more drastically as the temperatures swing back and forth with the sun changing. So, I mean, from inside the cars, what does that do for them?
going to make things a little bit interesting for these cars. They're going to be changing as far as the handling of the car, especially when it gets a little bit cloudy on the track like what we see right now. It's a little bit more easier for the cars to handle. But then when the sun comes out and it's basically over the entire track, that's going to change how the car's going to be a little bit more slick. It's going to be a little bit more loose, tougher to handle through some of these higher, faster corners. So drivers are going to have to be really careful to make sure that they make those proper adjustments to make for. And plus, also due to the fact this is a 4-hour race, the time of this whole race and how the sun is affected through the simulator will be really different and detrimental possibly for some drivers if they cannot keep up with the weather.
So their teammates will certainly have to be in contact with them and making adjustments at the pit stops, I'm sure. As we ride on board with the Beast Racing car, Zach Rounds currently putting qualifying in, sitting in 6th at the moment. Let's see if this lap is going to be a little bit faster. Looks like not going to be the case for Zach, so stays in that 6th spot. So now we switch over to the Speedworks Racing team. Maurice Voliokas currently in the car, working around 15 and down towards 16 here in a moment. One of the more difficult corners on this circuit. Sitting in 2nd place, they are trying to overthrow Kinetic number 83. As they cross the line, it is faster, but it is not fast enough for the pole. Just a 10th separating them there, Nick.
Yeah, I was just looking at the SRT team there in the 29. They are sitting right now P6 in the standings, 21 points behind. This could be a great day for them if they can start up front and stay up front all day.
So just about 4 minutes left in the qualifying. Actually, 3 minutes left in the qualifying now. So drivers are mostly settled in, having had about 15 minutes out on track to try to get laps in. And as we mentioned, with only barely over a minute lap time, they've had a lot of times to try and get a fast one down, as Fabian Jungbluth completes another one and stays in 8th position. Taylor, one of the things that has become a bit of tradition here for you is how to win this race. So why don't you take us through the keys and what is going to get them to the top of the podium in each of those classes?
Well, one of the biggest things is look at the time differences between the LMP1 and the GTE. LMP1 cars are running about 1 minute 7 seconds. That's about 10 seconds faster than our GTE class. So these LMP1 cars are going to be coming up on these GTE cars very quickly during the race, probably within less than 10 laps before we see this happening. So our GTE drivers are going to have to keep their eyes forward as well as coming up behind them very soon. So drivers are going to be focused on maintaining, listening to their spotters as well when that happens. Our LMP1 drivers are going to have to show patience and pick and choose when to make those passes, because if this happens, it could cause detrimentally for our LMP1 and 2 drivers. Another thing is something that's been new with the update we just got talking about is going to be the weather outlook of this race. This race is going to be a partly cloudy race, so we will see the clouds transitioning over the track, covering the tracks in certain parts to where it'll be easier for it to drive, as well as difficult in some points. So drivers are going to need to know to keep up with the changes of this track. Also, if you notice on one of the flag stands, we see some wind out there, so that will also affect the cars in certain parts of the track. So they'll have to make sure they have that set up. And then, of course, the fuel strategy, knowing when to come down pit road in order to make those sets possible, in order to either gain position or try to conserve fuel so that way you can make it through the race. So, Joe, I'm looking forward to this race. Let's get ready to call it soon.
I'm looking forward to it as well. I've enjoyed getting to call my first race with this new weather system a little bit ago, earlier in the week. This one is a whole different beast, being a full 4 hours long, twice as long as what I called earlier there. So, Nick, one of the things that I mentioned in the intro is the difficulty in passing. I mean, are there many opportunities other than just using the traffic to your advantage? Because especially in these higher downforce cars like the prototypes, I can't imagine there's many high braking moments around these laps.
Yeah, there's a couple of tight turns when you think of this track, but then when you stick a GTE car in front of them, that's when it gets a little hairy. This might be the most difficult track of the 6 on the schedule all year for the DGFX racers in the LMP1s and even the LMP2s to try to make their way around these GT Pros and GT AMs, because this is going to be one beast here of a track.
as we ride on board with Mark Torres. Oh, I love this nose cam, especially. It shows you how blind some of these crests are up and around. The long braking down into 15. Completing the lap number 83, trying to improve his lap time just as the checkered flag comes out on qualifying, crosses the line, does go faster, and it's by a good portion, gets into the 1:05.6s, and that increases the gap over SR Team USA LMP1, which are no longer out on track. And in fact, none of our top runners in the LMP1s are out there still trying to complete a hot lap. Highest one up is GT Temple Racing, number 17. They're down in 7th place at the moment. And they are going to try and complete this lap. Let's see if they can improve this 1:06.5 a little bit more. It is relatively tight up throughout the entirety of the LMP1 field. They did improve to a 1:06.5 flat, but they stay in 7th place. So that is going to complete our qualifying. With a huge field, we've got to go through a lot of cars here. So let's start with the LMP1s. Kinetic Racing, number 83, has the pole, and they are going to be flanked by SR Team USA, starting in 2nd. Then row 2 has Wyvern Racing DGFX, starting in the 3rd position. 4th goes to Bad Cactus Choya. We're going to get that name right this time. 5th goes to Sudaria REC Unicorn with Scimitalk Esport Jade in 6th. GT Temple Racing will be P7 at the drop of the green, with Beast Racing starting in 8th. German Sim Racing LMP1 will be starting 9th, and Sim Experience Element Racing Fire will be starting at 10th, and rounding out our relatively small LMP1 field. Nick, what about the HPDs?
Not surprisingly, your series points leader on top right now, Nomad Sim Racing HPD, starting from the pole. That's 11th overall in row 6 there. Black Sheep Motorsports, the 187 to their outside. Team Hoysinkveld and Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC behind them. The Apex Racing Group Purple, going to be 15th overall, P5 in the LMP2s. Behind them, it's going to be German Sim Racing LMP2. V Apex Racing Group Red, Road Bastards Alpha, PCDC Motorsports Green, and then going to be 20th is Lux Sim 24 Motifa Podcast HPD. 21st overall is going to go to Team Vikings Fenris. Then 22nd overall, which is P12 in this class, 4X Racing. And then NAB and Team Challenge Racing, the TCR guys behind them, making their debut in this series.
Starting on the pole position in your GTE Pro Division is the Geodesic Racing Team, followed by the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast. Starting in the 14th row is Team Vikings, followed by German Sim Racing in the 28th. In 29th and 30th is Geodesic Racing and Graphite Racing, rounding out your top 30. Going through the rest of the field, starting in the 31st position overall will be Team Hoysenfeld's the 248 car. 32nd overall will be the Speedworks Racing Team, followed by Team Bushfink Racing, and then Kinetic Racing in 34th. Your pole sitter for the GTE AM category will be the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast, followed by Virtual Motorsports in 36th. Black Sheep Motorsports will be starting in 37th position, followed by Torque Freak Racing in 38th. 39th is the second of the Torque Freak Racing teams, followed by Fisher Motorsports in 40th position. Rounding out the rest of your field, in 41st position is Pineapple Racing, followed by the Fitzstyle Motorsports Fighting CRC, and then Alliance Racing in 43rd. Black Sheep Motorsports in 44th, followed by the 45th position of PCDC Motorsports. V Apex Racing Group will start in 46th, followed by the Nomad Sim Racing. Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast in 48th, Usagi Racing in 49th, PCDC Motorsports in the 50th position, and rounding out the rest of your field, in 51st position is the Pineapple Racing 327, Roadbasters Omega in 52nd, Team Vikings Midgard Team in 53rd, followed by the Samba Racing Team in 54th. Black Sheep Motorsports 323 will start in 55th, followed by the VRG Engineering in 56th. 57th is the AVA Vervatic, followed by Bad Cactus Racing in 58th. 59th is the second of the Bad Cactus Racing teams, and 60th is the FAC Autotech Sim Racing Team.
You can see we've already started the pace lap here as we're getting ready to go racing for 4 hours here around Barber in round 3 of the DGFX series. Now, if you like endurance racing such as this, you can, of course, find more on the iRacing Esports Network, where you're watching right now. Please subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network because, man, they've got a lot of action happening. They're going to have even more soon. So if you enjoy all of this sorts of stuff, well, we got lots more on tap, that's for sure. Now, as they work their way down through Museum Corner, one of the places that can really trip drivers up, especially if they come into multi-class traffic through there. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. Now we come to the back half of the course, these tricky back and forth S's. Nick, is this first set of S's, are those flat out in the LMP ones? Because I know in the GTE cars they need just a little bit of a lift from what I understand, but I was curious if those higher downforce machines can just fly through there without getting off the throttle.
I'd imagine they are, and we're going to see them when they're by themselves do that. If they can get single file, they're going to be zipping right through these S's. It's going to be very cool looking. These are not going to be too fun for the drivers, though, when they approach those GT cars like we were talking about earlier, because that's when, like you said, they have to lift off the throttle, and they're slower anyway. These guys, they can just zip right through there and weave their way in and out of those S's, and passing, not going to be easy.
All right, we'll see just how difficult it is in a moment, because right now Mark Torres has control of the field. He gets the green flag, and look at that, second place. Matthias Viliakas has a horrible start, but somehow manages not to lose second position to Brandon Guarcia as they already get single file, and as they head around the Alabama roller coaster. Looks like a clean start in LMP1s. Let's go to the LMP2s.
Looks like also a pretty clean start with Nomad Sim Racing up front with Tony Baird. And everyone gets sorted out behind them for the most part. A couple double file back, further back, but pretty good start for them as well.
Down to the GTEs, a battle for the lead potentially as Miguel Vigo slides his way through the Alabama roller coaster, but Mark Fletcher not able to take advantage of it. Challenge back for fourth place behind them. That is the car of Jonathan Brault working on Jorn van Went. And Went is going to be able to hold him off through Charlotte's Web, although it looks like another challenge is going to happen here. Taylor down into Museum Corner.
Yes, indeed. He's going to have to hold him off as best he can. Jonathan Brault in that Geodesic Racing Gold gets a little bit loose coming out of there as they come down the straightaway. Julian Bella in that Graphite Racing Ferrari is following close behind them, watching the battle, but right now still up towards the front. It looks like our leader, Miguel Vigo, even after that little bit of a hairy moment going into turn one, was still able to maintain the lead and pull away.
We've already completed the first lap very quickly. So up at the front, we're starting to see a bit of a stretch away from Mark, with Mark Torres getting away from Valiocas. The SR Team USA number 29 currently trying to hold on to the back of our leader as they're already hitting a little bit of traffic in the form of one of the GTE cars. Marcus Leitinen for Usagi Racing. Oh, in a horrible place. And here we're already seeing a change for second place potentially. But it looks like Guarcia not quite brave enough, and he's going to back out of it.
Probably a wise move, especially this early into the race. 4 hours to go in these things. Looks like we did have one accident on the first lap there in the LMP2s. It was Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC in the 113 car. They spun off the track. I don't think they got any damage, but they fell back 10 spots. They are now last place in that class.
A lot of work to do after what was a little bit of a higher start for them. Unfortunately, passing happening just directly in front. But on screen right now, we're watching more of the action here in the LMP1s. This is the battle for that that second spot, with the leader continuing to stretch away, and now second and a half gap and more traffic coming up between them. We ride on board with second place Valiocas. Gets held up slightly by Nathan Manning, who hops out of the way. Oh, looks like we've got an accident in the LMP1s. Taylor, what's happened?
Well, it looked like car number 11. That would have had to be one of the Geodesic, I believe. Yeah,
German Racing.
Within the wall for some reason, unknown of what happened, but currently is on pit road trying to get repairs done. So looking back at the replay on that, from what I could see, just pulled over for the most part.
As we jump over to the LMP2s, this is Mark Usher in second. Very similar story here as the leader is starting to pull away. And Christian Hewitt currently working to see if he can take that P2 away from the green and black car of Black Sheep Motorsports. They come onto the front stretch here, Nick, gliding down through turn 1, and they're going to get a little bit of traffic to help them out in a moment.
Yeah, I'm real interested in this LMP2 class today. We were talking so heavily about the LMP1s approaching all of the GT cars, but I think the class that might suffer from that, it might be the LMP2s that get stuck in the middle of all that traffic, because they are kind of right in the middle when it comes to lap times. And you see here Mark Usher trying to make his way around there, and he does, and he's got more prototypes behind him and more GT cars in front of him.
Tony Baird as well got held up by that lapped car of Marcus Leitinen, but because of the gap that he built, did not lose the lead. In fact, didn't lose too much of the lead, so handled it nicely as Usher still leads Hewitt back through the S's.
We had a little bit of an issue going on between our leaders and GTE Pro. Looks like Joshua Bellings in the PCD Motorsports red car was kind of holding up our leaders of the GTE Pro. Miguel Vigo was able to get by them, though, as they're now coming out down towards Charlotte's Web. Mark Fletcher, though, is closing in a little bit more, but right now it is still holding up Carl Herzog, who is still being held up by that PCD Motorsports red Ferrari, unable to find a way anywhere around him, and that's also bringing Jordan Von Wendt as well as Jonathan Brault, who are closing in on the back of that Ford.
Oh, but look at that. Husa Herzog makes a great move. Oh, and that slows up the car of Beiling, which causes a checkup behind. Jonathan Brault manages to get a position. Side-by-side action between Von Wendt and Bell. Von Wendt keeps himself in the 5th position in that class, but only just barely. Tense moments. There's a little bit of a dive into the inside of 15 by Brault on Beiling. That's not going to work out. Another look down to the inside. Go ahead, Taylor.
I don't know what Beiling's doing, especially this early in the race. He is already a couple of laps down, at least one lap down. He should be not racing these guys as hard as he is for the most part. He should be giving these positions over due to the fact of how he's running right now at this moment, especially with the leaders.
Quite the battle here for first place in the LMP1s. They are all caught up in traffic. All these GT Pro, GTM cars, they are side by side right now for first, second, third, and fourth in these LMP1s.
And the lead has changed hands, and it looks like it might change hands again. That's Guarcia in the red car, or excuse me, the white and black car, trying to hold off the green. Oh, and contact
and Torres is off.
Valiocas takes the lead as contact between the leaders. Guarcia was the one that got shoved to the side there, and we had another car off that you mentioned. So, boy, it is absolute chaos. It is a traffic jam. There was nowhere to go for most of these drivers.
Kyle Burney trying to make his way through. Now Guarcia back there. He was leading. Now he's trying to fend off. Is that Sam Fitzpatrick, or is that a...
It's hard to tell.
No, that's a GT car.
There's a lot of cars out there.
Zach Rounds in P5 right now, Beast Racing.
Look at how much they're getting checked up behind the car of Florian Denzler. He's trying to stay out of the way. He's not really doing much wrong. And was there a car on the wall? Saw a lot of smoke and some tires into there, but I'm not sure what was going on there. So as we continue to ride on board with one of our LMP1s, they weave back and forth through an absolute mess of GT cars here in the early stages. Some of them going 3 wide through some of these corners, but managing to come out the other side. A lot of great patience actually being shown here at the start.
Yeah, that was a big check up there for Guarcia and Mark Torres. They're still trying to fight their way up through the field. This is basically, Joe, have you ever looked at a pace lap at 120 miles an hour? Because that's basically what we're seeing right now.
It seems like it. And on top of things, you can see the sun's gone behind the clouds, so that's going to change the track temperature and the grip available. So it's a question of who can handle these ever-changing conditions along with all of the traffic that you just cannot tell what is going to be coming as you pass each car and another one is waiting behind it.
That sun going behind the clouds right now, really vital for the LMP1s because they need to get as much grip on the track when they get around them, especially when they go to the outside to make these passes.
Leading at the moment is Marius Valiocas, who is holding on to that first spot. Kyle Burney still trying to chase him down in second place. Guarcia has been slotted down to third in the meantime. Working their way up and around Charlotte's Web once again. Now, hopefully they shouldn't have to encounter this again until they get a caution flag, because if they can keep it green for a while, they should spread out some of this traffic, I would hope. But there's no guarantees, Nick, that they won't experience this multiple more times.
Yeah, we're only 10 minutes into this thing.
We have a little bit of trouble with our GTE AM leader. He just got punted around. This is coming down outside of past Charlotte's Web a little bit. This is the number 388 car of Erwin Udostra of the Lux Sim 24 Motfa rookie team. It had a little bit of contact. It was one of the Ford GTs in the GTE Pro category.
It was Drew Eccles got into the back of him, just kind of turned him around, and as you said, mostly lost time. Let's see, Woodstra going once again, but it is currently 25th in his class now because everybody being so bunched up.
Yeah, with that incident, that does move up the Pineapple Racing 360 car into the GTE AM lead. So this is not the start. A pretty good start for the team right now. They've been running consistently in that second position until that incident with the 388 Ferrari.
Yeah, Florian Denzler, 15th overall, but leading his class, and number 360 continuing to try to hold off Sam Fitzpatrick, who is not in that AM class, but still doesn't want to be losing time trying to tussle with this car behind him.
And that's another thing to keep in mind too. Due to the fact, yes, these are GTE cars and they are the same balance to performance pretty much for the most part, there is a difference between the speed times and everything, because due to the fact it is an AM category and a Pro category. Pro drivers will be a little bit faster in some parts of the track compared to those AM drivers. So they have to be careful also in tussling amongst the classes and amongst themselves as well.
And these cars going by right now are the leaders in the LMP2 class. That's Tony Baird, you can see in the teal and yellow car leading the way, P1 in that class. And that green and black car of Black Sheep Motorsports, that is Mark Usher, giving close chase at the moment. All it's going to take, Nick, is one bad bit of traffic, and I think he's going to have a great opportunity to steal that away.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just watching them. They're getting real close right through up there. So many blind corners, and the last thing you want to see when you get up on top of those hills there is a GT car right in front of you.
Yeah, Usher actually went slightly off track coming through four there just to try and hold on to the tail of Baird. Unfortunately, I think he's going to get caught behind Barraclaw here. Yep, going to have a little bit of separation. Oh, and an incident in front of him. A big incident as multiple GT cars running into one another. That is Stefan Overgaard, one of them. He was the one that got the worst of it. He's trying to go around the outside of Josh Byling. This was in the museum corner.
Looks like Byling just missed the corner through that section in museum very much difficultly, went through the grass.
And that was Drew Eccles, who kind of was an innocent victim just getting caught up in it. Yeah, so Overgaard was, I don't think he did anything wrong here. It's just that car went off on the third apex and came back on, and next thing Stefan knows, he's facing the wrong way in that corner.
The good news is Stefan decided to back up into the gravel a little bit to try and not cause any more serious incidents that could happen. If you look on board, there's the contact. There he goes around. He backs up a little bit, trying to get prevent any more other serious issues before rejoining the track.
So no caution for that little tussle there. Here, only 13 minutes into this 4-hour race. Your leaders of each of the classes at the moment. We have the SRT Team USA with Marius Valiocas in the LMP1s. Then you've got Nomad Sim Racing HPD in the LMP2s. Tony Baird in that car. He's leading the way there. GT Pro as Geodesic Black with Miguel Vigo in the car. He is up at the front. And then our top car in the GT AM is Pineapple Racing, having Florian Denzler leading up there. I did see a car duck into the pits, and it was an LMP1 if I'm not mistaken. Let me try and figure out who that was. Temple.
I'll tell you what, in the LMP1s is Kyle Burney has really caught Marius Valiokas for the lead. Valiokas got into the back of a Pineapple Racing GT Am car while we were just showing that replay, and there might be a little bit of front end damage right now on that 29 LMP1 because Kyle Burney right up behind him right now trying to get that lead, and then right behind them is Brandon Garcia, who's back up in the top 3 fighting for this lead.
And I think the fight is going to be rather quick. It depends on if he gets pinned in, but Kyle Burney does, in fact, back out of it temporarily, unsure of what's going to happen with the traffic in front of them. That's Pete Thickett and Kim Cook having their own little fight. In fact, now he's going to lose a position because look at this. Here comes Guarcia working his way up into second. He wants back up into the lead, and it demotes the Bad Cactus Racing number 95.
Yeah, Valiokas has been really struggling to Burney, but then Burney got pinned in there. Now Guarcia looks like he had a big run there going up through the first couple of turns.
A lot more traffic up in front of them. Mixed class this time. Overguard, one of them, going to step out of the way. And I think they've got an LMP2 of John Goodwin. Looks like he's going to let them through. Man, it is such a case of just hurry up and wait. They get a little bit of the gas and then they get going. And that leaves me with the question, though. You mentioned the damage on the front of Valiokas. He will be able to get a clip on there and get that replaced when he gets a pit stop. But with them having to brake so much, and who's that backwards on this? Daniel Benefield is going in reverse down the front stretch. He spun it coming out of turn 16. The number 113. Let's see if we can look at the replay. I don't think he touched anybody. Looks like we can't get the replay, unfortunately. So didn't touch anybody, but he was just stuck there, unable to get it turned around for a long time. That was one of the more unusual incidents I've seen. The question that I was going to ask earlier, so much happening here, Nick. Even though he can get that clip replaced, because it doesn't seem like they're really taking many of these corners at top speed, I mean, is that damage going to affect him that much? They can't get the max out of these cars, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely not. I was just realizing, LMP1 cars, they're going to have a lot of off-throttle time today. Their batteries are going to be real charged up. The problem is you can't use any of that extra little boost because, when and where do you use it? So the top speed of these cars definitely not going to be hit today because I don't know when they're going to have some clear track ahead of them.
There is absolutely no clear track. 60 cars around Barber Motorsports Park is proving to be too much, but down to the inside, almost 3 wide for the lead here for the LMP1s. Guarcia takes it and sneaks by Marius Valiokas. And he gets tipped by a GTE car. Valiokas catching it as it slides off course. He moves himself down into 4th as Kinetic Racing's Mark Torres now gets onto the podium. It is an ever-changing top spots here as we look at the replay.
Yeah, this is pretty much insanity through here, and Valiokas here really, I mean, no one has anywhere to go, really, so he just barely is going to get tagged up here, and that'll send him just off track. Good save, though, by Valiokas. It could have been a lot more spots he lost there.
They've got a huge, wreck. I see it too, Taylor, in Museum Corner. Brian Bennett involved in that in the car number 212. That could have been so much worse. I thought we were going to get a caution for sure.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at that.
Manuel Bayer as well as Brian Bennett making contact coming out of the Museum Corner, and then of course the stack up causing much more issues for LMP2 GTE drivers, LMP1. Pretty much the entire, almost half the field might have gotten involved with that if it wasn't more severe.
Yeah, everybody did a very good job of managing to avoid too much trouble. Let's watch from onboard Brian. I'm not even going to attempt to try and mention all the cars involved in this because there's so many that just kind of had to take evasive action or got into one another. I've watched, Taylor, plenty of mixed class races at places like Lime Rock Park. I have never seen traffic like this where it's It's 3 wide, 4 rows deep around some corners at times. This is just bonkers.
Well, that is definitely the chase here. I mean, we've seen some hectic races and multi-class racing on small tracks like IVRA, but this is just takes the cake. I'm guessing especially through Museum Corner where it's just so tight, but you feel like you can gain so much time through that section. Drivers just like to put it in there as quick as they possibly can. But as our officials have said in the beginning of the race, patience will be key for these drivers in order to survive. And we've already had several victims who decided that patience was not the best suit for them.
Yeah, but mercifully, as we've seen, there's been no caution flag, so I think everybody just probably waiting for a good time to take to the pits and get some of that repair done and lick their wounds. So we ride on board with second place in the GTE Pro category. This is Mark Fletcher chasing Miguel Vigo, and one of the rare clear spots out on track. Savor that, folks, because you're not going to see it a whole lot during this race. They work their way up and over the hump. One of the areas it can be easy to lose the car. We've got some more action down in the GTE AMS as well. Taylor, I understand the battle for the lead heating up.
Yes, indeed. Florian Denzler and that Pineapple Racing Ford going a little bit toe-to-toe with Vanderheid in the 303 PCD Motorsports Yellow. They're coming out of Museum Corner right now. A little bit of slipstream that could come into play. A couple of other cars right now as they go through the second half of the section towards the back half of the straightaway. A little bit of difficulty through these GTE cars. They cannot go full bore through this section of the course. They have to let it breathe a little bit, unlike the LMP1 and LMP2 cars who can go flat out through here. The LMP1 car tries to dive underneath right behind them. It looks like Vanderheid's going to try to look to the inside, coming out as they make their way toward the final corner. Not close enough to make the pass, but the LMP1 car goes the inside.
Yeah, that was Mikey Grims that we saw on the outside of the corner into 14, who really was a heads-up driver there. Great job to him to keep the car from going off track and letting that LMP1 through. Meanwhile, Vanderheld still chasing the likes of Denzler and Beiling. As once again, the car of Hundhedge just getting held up slightly by Josh Bannister up in front of them as they all check up down into Charlotte's Web, and you can see once again nearly going 3 wide through there, accelerating off the corner. Vanderheid, gets the best of the 3 of them, and he's going to move himself up into 39th overall, 17th in class.
Looks like we might have a battle for the lead in the LMP2s right now. It's Mark Usher has caught Tony Baird in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD. They are, he's been closing in lap by lap, but then Tony Baird caught traffic first, and Usher was able to close in quite a bit more. They had pretty much a clear racetrack ahead of them for a good 3 or 4 laps, so I'm sure they enjoyed that.
Just look at them using that downforce to weave in and out of this traffic, and Baird using it to a little bit better effect than Usher. But speaking of using the traffic to good effect, one thing that amazes me is it looks like these two really have a handle on it so much better than the rest of the field. The gap from second to third, Nick, is almost 4 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. They broke away and they really used the traffic to their advantage. Christian Kiewit right now, Team Hoisingfeld, the 111, and everyone behind him really struggling. There's only 4 LMP2s right now on the lead lap, and we're only 23 minutes into this.
So as they come up and over turn 4 down towards Charlotte's Web, Kiewit going to take just a few more of these lapped cars. Then he's got a slight little moment of breathing space. And there he goes, finally past the car of Kim
Contact
Cook.
on the front straightaway. Jonathan Brault got turned. Looks like by the number 248. No, not 248. 248 car.
Looks like won't be able to get a replay of this one, unfortunately, but he does get it going once again. Dodged some bullets here, and also credit to the stewards for letting some of these incidents kind of play themselves out and cars right themselves without instantly throwing a caution here, because we've had nearly a half hour of green flag racing, and though it's been hectic, we've still got quite a few cars still out there going. right on board now with our leader in the GT Pro. Vigo leading Fletcher, but this is looking a lot closer now. Fletcher continuing to put the pressure on to that number 255.
Yeah, looking at the lap times between Fletcher and Vigo, Fletcher's a little bit quicker right now. He ran at 18:73, so he's closing in a little bit more compared to Vigo's 85. They're coming down the front straightaway now to complete another lap 19 for him. He's just been closing in, biding his time, waiting for that opportunity as they make their way down into turn 1. That corner is just so difficult for these GTE cars. They can get so loose to that section. You have to keep maintaining focus throughout the entire corner in order to make sure you get a good exit and get ready for the second half.
And we've talked so much about the prototypes using the GTE cars to make passes, but it works the other way around too. That was Zach Rounds getting by those 2 leaders, and now they got another one in the form of David Soranzo. Now, it doesn't look like he's going to hold him up, but I mean, for our viewers who aren't used to this sort of racing, Taylor, I mean, explain a bit. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
We got some trouble. Mark Usher, the LMP2, he was second place. He just went off, got into a GT-AM car, I believe.
I think we've got the replay. This was in 14 and 15. He was eager to get through. Ooh, this looks
just closing in.
Yeah, and I kind of don't put the blame on anybody there because he saw an opportunity. He was trying to take advantage of it, but the poor GTE car, he can't have known that he was going to stick his nose in there, and he's trying to run his own race. So right on board Usher, you're going to see from his perspective, this should give us a good idea of exactly why he made such a dive bomb.
He was closing in on Tony Baird. Whenever Tony Baird got into some traffic, he'd really close in, just couldn't make it work because they didn't have any room. And then right when the track would open up again, Baird would really open up that lead to over a second. So Usher, I'm sure, just eager to get side by side with him, or at least get into a battle with him, because he was going to lose the lead if he did not take the lead there.
And with that, Christian Hewitt now moves up into second in those LMP2 cars. That car behind is a lapped car. That is Sjoerd Vanderheide. So that is not for position.
We got multiple cars in turn 7. This is Museum Corner. This is the 360 Pineapple Racing, as well as the prototype of David Soranzo as well. Car number...
And they work their way through there. Now up towards... Oh, and wow, lots of action happening now down into Charlotte's Web. A couple of cars 2 by 2. And they're going to get it sorted out mercifully, but John Goodwin having to let Mark Usher through, managing to safely get their way single file into Museum Corner now. Things have switched around a lot, so real quick, your leaders in each of the classes. Leading the LMP1s is Guarcia in the Wyvern Racing DJFX. LMP2 has Christian Hewitt now up at the front. Now, he actually just recently got by Baird, if I'm not mistaken, because Baird was in the lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Nick, did you happen to catch that one?
I didn't. I was watching the LMP1s, but yeah, I looked up at the same time you did and saw that the lead had changed. And they are still kind of close here. We'll see. Looks like just a lot of traffic.
It was on the front stretch.
Oh,
it was contact. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. It seems like they can figure out the 3 and 4 wide real easily, but then when it's just a single car racing, they get really comfortable, and a lot of times that's been spelling problems for these drivers today.
That's Josh Bannister, that GT car that you saw
Bannister,
inside of him.
I was just watching Joshua Bannister. He had actually wrecked the lap before, so his car may not have been handling extremely well there.
Always good to give the benefit of the doubt on that stuff, because there's so many factors we can't know. So Hewitt now up to P1, and the LMP2s now GTE Pro leader is Miguel Vigo still. And GTE AM leader, which is always a little bit harder for me to find, is still Pineapple Racing 360 with Florian Denzler. Just needing a little moment to breathe here up in the booth, trying to assess everything that's going on as we now hit the first 30-minute mark of this 4-hour race. And I think we're starting to see some separation in at least some of the classes. I'm looking at the gaps up in the LMP1s, Nick, and what was constantly within about a second of one another is now stretched out to 6 seconds between first and P2.
Yeah, absolutely. That 41 of Wyvern Racing right now with over a 4-second lead over the Bagged Cactus Racing Choya 95. That's a team, I believe both of those teams actually making their LMP1 debuts today.
You watch Mark Torres continue to try to chase back down Kyle Burney, almost 10 seconds between them at the moment. More traffic up ahead in the form of Gianni Quintelier. Waits patiently, and now he just streams on by. You could see the immense power and downforce of these LMP1s with how quickly he can dispose of them once he gets some clear track, that is. Tony Baird, who was our former leader in LMP2, is currently sitting in third up ahead of him.
Yeah, speaking of Tony Baird, they had the lead in the LMP2s. They also have the lead in the points coming into this race. They have a second at Silverstone and a third at Daytona, but they do have the overall point standings lead. Just have not been able to find the win today, and if they keep getting in those little mistakes in this race, I think they're gonna go 0 for 3 to start the year.
Now, in all of this, we've seen all this contact, but we haven't bothered to mention, because we've been so caught up in the action, any of the penalties that have been happening. We've gotten a warning for Beast Racing for an unjustifiable risk. That was one of our P1 drivers, number 82. But so far, no penalties have been taken. So good to see that despite everything that's been going on, although we should mention that a number of them are still under investigation. So the stewards have been really busy. It could yet change on whether we see some more penalties, but considering they've given out 4 decisions so far, only one of them being given a warning, is a very good sign after the first 2 rounds saw quite a lot of action coming from the stewards booth. P2s have 9th place heating up. The field going to take that one away from Alwyn Kloosterman. Ooh, but he might not keep it for long. Look at how
really
tight that
there
is. Oh,
that's Miguel Vigo.
Yeah, that's our leader for the GTE Pros. No wonder he was cutting it so close, trying to use as much track as he can. So they're both going to get through there clean. And remember, Benefield had some issues early on, so he's a little bit out of position here, sitting in this 9th spot in LMP2s. And he's got another 6 seconds up to Martin Tailgard at the moment.
Yeah, Daniel Benefield at Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC, the 113. They actually coming off of a 2nd place at Daytona last month.
Yep, those drivers certainly have something to cheer for about that one, but they're going to have to work pretty hard and maybe use a little bit of strategy to get another good result here today. And we've seen Daniel Benefield race in this class before, but look at this action on track that we're watching between Bookout and Clayson. This is for 5th in the LMP2s as well. 2 of the V Apex cars down to the inside, looking for it, and to Charlotte's Web. And Bookout makes a clean pass. Can he get the power down? Wiggling under power, and off into the grass goes Russell Clayson. That V Apex car could have had a chance to maybe come back at him, but it's not to be. Instead, now he's got to worry about the LMP1 car behind, looking to overtake.
Yeah, that LMP1 behind him, about to overtake. That's Fabian Jungbluth in the GT Temple Racing team.
Taking his time to try and get by. Granted, he is
Looks like we
well
have a
down
little
the
bit
order.
of trouble. Marcel Bosman in Virtual Motorsports. That's a GT car, and another one involved there. I didn't see who it was.
Where?
Looks like the 213 car.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Multiple
find it
cars with problems. That's Sergio Medina we're looking at. Let's see the
Yeah.
213. Oh, this is Medina's incident. Oh, wow. That was a hard hit. And that's coming off the hump where cars really can't see what's coming. Let's watch this from the blimp.
Yeah, 3 wide through that section does not really work. They almost took it 3 wide, but still very difficult corner. Surprising it was not a more serious incident looking at this, but unfortunate for the number 213 was unable, or 251, to get through.
Yep, you can see he just immediately took to pit lane, even though it's probably something of an early stop for Medina to try and get that damage repaired.
That was quite a scare for Dmitry Lenev, who was 6th place right now in the LMP1s. They have had a great run there in the Scuderia RAC Unicorn team this year.
Yep, that car managing to avoid most of the damage, but still that right front looks a little out of whack just from that angle. Might just be how I'm glancing at it. But again, that could be replaced in a pit stop. These cars have many interchangeable parts, especially the aero parts. Yeah, that is definitely damaged on the right front of that Porsche.
Well, I'm kind of wondering if that was from an earlier incident, because if he was in that incident, I would have expected the left front to be hit. So would not be surprised if that was from earlier chaos.
Ooh, 8th in the GTEs has a little bit of action going on, Taylor.
Yeah, Stefan Overgaard, as we have one of the LMP1s go off course through the museum corner. He's now going side by side right now. This is the Drew Echoes 221.
Oh, this is 32nd in class, actually. Stefan Overgaard. So he's actually laps down, I believe. So 8th is the car that we're looking at on screen right now. That is Jonathan Brault. Meanwhile, 4th place in that same class. Check out Julian Bell and Sean Macbeth. They've got actually cars close behind them as well. 3-way battle happening. Carl Herzog, as well as Pete Thickett, who is a lap down. He's going to get out of the way, let this LMP1 car come through. This is just off the podium. But these three are duking it out down through Museum Corner onto the back half of the course now. Relatively easy passes, thankfully, for Dmitry Lenev, who we looked at before. Gonna
The
get held up.
LMP2 lead right now getting really heated. It is Christian Hewitt right now trying to fend off Mark Usher, and they have lots of traffic to get around right now.
Ooh, but Usher with a big off track, and is that going to hand over position? 3 wide down into Charlotte's Web, and Zach Rounds gets himself, or is he a lap down actually? No, that is a different class, LMP1. Excuse me, look kind of similar from far away. So Usher holds on to 2nd place, and it's just LMP1 cars flanking him right and left as he's trying to run his own race, trying to catch Hewitt. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh. So while Usher caught him momentarily, Christian's number 111 Hoisingveld LMP2 is able to pull a gap of about a second.
As we have a battle with breaking up a little bit right now between some LMP1 traffic going on right now, but we have the P4 position of Graphite Racing, holding off the 229 of the Speedworks Racing team, along with the Team Viking Ragnarok team, as they're trying to negotiate through LMP and LMP2 traffic right now, but still having a close battle right now, as Sean Macbeth is trying to catch up with Julian Bell and that Graphite Ferraris are coming out of the final corner down the front straightaway. Traffic is being a little bit more key right now, as for these drivers in GTE, as the LMP1 is kind of also helping them to pick and choose when to follow through to where they can close in on that gap as they go through turn 2 right now. It looks like Sean Macbeth is going to be closing in a little bit more, coming off into turn 3. Not able to close the deal right now, but let's see what he can do as they make their way down towards Charlottesville.
Bell had a horrible exit off that final corner, so Macbeth much closer and threatening. They've got the some of the top LMP2 cars. Oh, is off track goes Guarcia just to try and squeeze through in time on Macbeth. That could have been oh so much worse. Both drivers live to fight another day. Macbeth losing a little bit of time because of that action. So Bell now having some breathing space. Going up and around the hump now. They got one more car coming up behind quickly. David Sustello going to interrupt this battle. And then Russell Clayson. On the front stretch. Trying their best not to interrupt too much, but also run their own race. And this is certainly helping Julian Bell so much more, as it is now 1.3 second gap over Macbeth. Just can't seem to try and take advantage. Although a little bit marginal up and over the hump there for Bell, as both of those LMP2 cars try to sneak through. And now he's definitely going to be compromised into Charlotte's Web. What was 1.3 seconds is now 0.7 seconds. The sun comes out once again. It has been a back and forth, partly cloudy day here.
Oh, and we had a change for the lead just now in the LMP2s. Looks like Mark Usher, and I don't know if he's going to be able to keep this lead, because Christian Hewitt still right there, right behind him. He made the pass right on the front stretch with lots of traffic.
Hewitt has been hustling. They get by the Pineapple car of Densler, leader in GTE AM. And I think you've been proven slightly wrong, because Usher gets himself a small breakaway now as they hit Museum Corner, but it is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Coming up next, they've got Middleton Klusterman, which they are going to catch in a hurry here in the last half of the lap.
This entire race so far, I've been really watching Usher, and I think he's been faster. He just had to get around Hewitt. Now he finally can, and I think he will be able to pull away, like you said there, Joe.
Up ahead of them, Neil Middleton, the first one that they're going to hit, and they're going to catch him at a very good spot here on the front stretch. At least good for our leader. Usher slips inside before the first corner and gets that breathing room, as poor Christian Hewitt gets held up down through turn 1. Just to complicate things, this is Marius Voliokas, P4, and the LMP2s coming up behind them. So all three classes coming through the corners in a moment for a bit of a solar eclipse. To Museum Corner once again, and man, Christian Hewitt getting the absolute worst of it there. In fact, still stuck behind. That's Vanderhyde, and the GTE AM car gets off to the right side, lets him through now. Wasn't doing anything wrong, just poor Christian could not find a way to sneak through. Oh, and as our leader no, not our leader, this is one of our top LMP2 cars, Mark Torres and Kinetic Racing has come and hit his stall. He was our pole sitter, though.
Torres has really been struggling throughout this race. He found some trouble early, went off the track, I believe, and yeah, it's probably a good idea for them to come in right now and put this stint behind them and look forward in this race. Still lots of time to make up all that ground.
You can see right now leading is Brandon Guardesia, currently in the number 41, that yellow, black, and white machine. In fact, leading by a pretty good margin, I believe, over the next car back. About 15 seconds managed to get over Kyle Burney. And Kinetic Racing number 83 has exited the pits, but critically a lap down. And Nick, I almost feel like because of the short laps around here, it's almost kind of NASCAR strategy. You almost don't want to pit early and get caught by a caution.
Yeah, for sure. There's no good way to tell for this whole race when a caution's gonna come and come out. Sometimes you say on an oval track, you know, when everyone's pitting, that's the most likely time for a caution. But here, every single lap, I think, is the most likely time for a caution to come out.
I have to imagine it's only a matter of time. We've gone 45 minutes now, which is impressive. Hats off to all of this field for managing to avoid the cautions so far, especially considering how the first few races went. We have had another couple warnings. We've had causing a collision for Bad Cactus 396, and as well as avoidable contact, also a warning for PCDC Motorsports number 104. That's GTE Am and P2 respectively for those two cars. But otherwise, no penalties yet.
It's been quite...
Meanwhile, got a little bit of a battle on screen. This is Macbeth once again. We've been seeing lots of action with him here in fifth, looking for fourth on Julian Bell. They got some screen time earlier and still have not been able to separate from one another.
And this helps bring in Carl Herzog in that number 201 Team Viking car. He's trying to close in right now to make the way towards Charlotte's Web. Hard onto the brakes. Got to be careful through this section. Can get very loose under braking through that corner. As they close in, coming down towards the museum corners, Sean Macbeth still having to try to close in on Julian Bell, but Julian's been just doing so well, managing with the lap traffic as well as just knowing as we had issues.
Sorry, Taylor. Christian Hewitt just got turned by a GTE car there. I believe that was Stefan Overgaard.
Ooh, and that was a 3-wide scenario. Actually, I think that was that a pass for the lead attempt by
the LMP2s? They were really caught up here in traffic. Look at that chaos going down through the turns.
Excuse me, that wasn't a pass for the lead. Gross was laps down. But yeah, man, tried to cause a 3-wide situation, and I don't know who to put the blame on, if anybody, on that one. Let's watch it from above. Wow.
Nearly 4 wide there.
Overgaard tried to hold his lane as best he could. I can't really put too much on him on that one. There was a lot going on in that moment. Nick, it almost seems like for some of these drivers, it might be better when you see those moments happening, just bail out of it and wait for a less chaotic time to maybe make a safer move, because so many drivers can just unintentionally run into each other when they don't know. Their spotter can't be that quick to say you've got, 2 on the outside, 1 on the inside, and there's 1 coming up behind you.
Yeah, that's just it, especially when you have all different classes and such drastic differences in speed. And you see Valiokis there in the pits. He's an LMP1 driver.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's scheduled because he had a little bit of damage on the left side. We're hearing it might be scheduled. We are hitting that window. So that's our leader in the LMP1s right now, Brandon Guardesia for Wyvern. That incident that we saw before means that Mark Usher is now leading by a whole lot more over Tony Baird and the LMP2s, with Hewitt falling well back down into third. Nearly 50 minutes into the race at this point. And, we haven't got a lot of screen time to our leader in the GTE Pro, Geodesic Black's Miguel Vigo. We looked at it here and there because he's had a couple battles, but he's since disposed to Mark Fletcher. So why don't we put the cameras on that number 255? And
he's got a little bit of issue in front of him right now, as the LMP2 car was able to get loose coming out of the museum.
They're actually heading through 14 and 15 right now into 16. There was some action, though. The car ahead of him, Josh Bannister, almost had an off track as traffic was coming through. See, that's holding him up slightly. But once again, that buffer built up certainly seems to be helping Vigo.
Yeah, Vigo's been having quite a well race here today, as he's just now working through some lap traffic right now. Seems like the lap cars are giving him plenty of space to work with to get by them. They're going down through Charlotte's Web. 3 wide almost in front of them with those 3 Ferraris right there. As they're coming out of there, he's just been taking his time, picking and choosing when to make the attack, when to make those passes, and when to back off if need be. As they're making their way down towards the museum corner, there's a little bit of contact behind him.
I was worried that they would slide into him. That was Bannister and Biling who managed to get through there safe. Yeah, that was tense moments. But you're right. I was watching that too. And Vigo just seems to be playing things very, very smart with where he places the car, just almost painting a beautiful race here as he's continuing to extend that gap, now up to 7 seconds over Fletcher.
And that is that key thing where it is patience is going to be your friend here. You need to know when to push that car, as we see Miguel been doing all race long here for almost closing in on the first hour of the race. Just pushing his time when he needs to push, as well as backing off when he knows that there is a problem in front of him where he needs to wait and be patient.
So now that we've gotten him a little bit of air time, let's we've got Fletcher, the GTE Pros, that Lux Sim 24 car, taking a scheduled stop. So this is going to slot him down the order. I saw another one of our LMP2 cars, it looked like, who is going by in the pit lane. But back up to the battle here for 4th place, now 3rd place, I guess, having been promoted by that pit stop we saw. Julian Bell leading Macbeth. Whoa! Ronald Gross, the second time that we've seen some action near him in the Charlotte's Web corner, manages to avoid disaster. We haven't talked about these curbs around this track. Almost contact, though, there between Kloosterman and Macbeth. That was directly in front of the car we were riding on board with, Tony Baird. But these curbs around here, Nick, they don't look dramatic, but I know from what I've watched, and I remember when I was doing that lap guide with Taylor, it looked like a few of them were kind of nasty.
Yeah, especially it's just the slight elevation changes, I think, that are really making that difficult.
And we've got some pit stops happening. And Ed Varese seems to have taken a short stop. There's got to be a little bit of variety that you can offer in terms of pit strategy here. Nick, it looks like Bad Cactus has elected to maybe just get a little bit of a splash and dash here and try to get some track position.
Definitely. They did do a driver swap there, and that's kind of what's throwing me off there. We're looking into that because a lot of times you say if you have a driver swap, just, make it a longer pit stop because it's going to be longer anyway. But it's Ed Voras coming in for Kyle Burney in the Bad Cactus Racing Choya 95.
In fact, most of our LMP1s have pitted, so despite being hybrid cars, looks like they can't quite go as far. Bad Cactus is leading. Garcia out about 6 seconds back and stuck in a lot of traffic at the moment. You can see there on screen. And that means that 3rd place at the moment is Kinetic Racing's 83 Mark Torres. So despite getting the pole, that number 83 has not had the best of race pace.
Yeah, he has moved up quite a bit compared to where he was earlier. He didn't take a driver swap, that team, when they came in, so that might be one small factor to keep in mind looking forward to the rest of this race.
Looks like we got our first penalty right now for the race right now. Joshua Bannister being black flagged for aggressive driving. That was back on lap 19 on the turn 15 section of the track. So looks like aggressive driving is coming into play to where drivers need to be careful to not cause any serious issues. Otherwise, they will get that black flag.
Yep. Looks like that black flag was for that incident he had with Tony Baird. Tony Baird, who is now out of the car for Bart Daleman in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD.
That is a 20-second stop and hold, so that is going to hurt, because not only are they losing the time trundling down pit lane, but they're going to have to sit stationary for a full 20 seconds. That is if they haven't already served it, though. And our GT Pro leader, Vigo, who we're watching a little bit earlier, has come in, stopped at his pit stall. Car going by him, that is Michael Evdoka. He's a little bit farther down the order, is a lap down. That means that Julian Bell is now going to inherit the lead up to the top spot. And actually, who was challenged by Sean Macbeth, but no more, at least for the time being, because the Speedworks team has not only come in, but has swapped drivers. Tony Costello taking over Macbeth. So we'll see if Costello can bewitch Bell any more than we saw Macbeth did. Meanwhile, Andreas Olsen also in, as well as John Habig. Johnny Quintelier in his Porsche. You can see up on the jacks taking tires. Most cars seeming to take pretty obvious strategy here today. And was one of the Porsches, who is that? Vanderhyde. Oh, Vanderhyde just got disqualified for backing too far down the pit lane. Not often you see that one.
Wow.
It's important to know where your pit stall is. And now Julian Bell is in. All right, he was in a battle with Macbeth, which has been handed over. And I've already forgot the driver that he's sharing it with. Excuse me. That was Costello.
See if Julian Bell's going to stay in the car. We noticed that Miguel decided to stay in his car, in his Geodesic Racing Team gold car. But let's see if Julian is going to do a driver swap here. Try to keep up with Macbeth's team of Costello, who's now in the new car.
Yep, that's Vigo retaking second place.
Jonathan Brault also coming down pit road as well. Julian Bell's deciding to stay in his car as well. He's going to go out for another stint.
And sorry to interrupt it, just as that's happening, Tony Costello had an off coming through 15. Managed not to, and he's off again! Tries to keep it from going into the pit lane a second time. And this is the first couple laps that Costello is in the car, so he might not know the track conditions as well as Macbeth did. We're going to see from on board. Taylor, explain to our viewers the challenges that these drivers experience in team racing and why he had two offs there so quickly.
Well, one of the things is that the car is fresh, got new rubber on the car. He is new to coming onto the track as compared to if he was starting the race. Track has more rubber down on the track as well. Plus, with the changing conditions of the track, it just maybe might be able to miss certain points of the track where either it be a braking point or just losing control about certain parts of it, as well as not being used to where a certain lap traffic or faster cars may come upon you, and you just have to be patient, and you could end up just missing your points altogether. So you got to be careful, keep focused, maybe not push the car on those opening laps, let the tire build up with heat in order to know when is the right time to start pushing that car.
And car 301 is currently stopped on track. This could be our first caution coming. He's been sitting there a while. This is Unenberg. Oh, he had a massive, massive shunt. It was a long time ago, so I don't think we'll get the replay. It was with Jorn van Went coming out of turn 4. Unenberg actually went upside down, and as he tried to get the car going, it apparently was too damaged to be able to continue.
Looks
That
like
Ferrari is very, very damaged.
the good news is he is off the racing circuit. He is actually in between the two barricades, right where the front straightaway as well as Charlotte's Web is. So he should be okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Here's the thing, though. They treat it as though there's virtual marshals out there. There's no way that marshals, they'd have no place to put him with where he's sitting. So I'm not sure if they'll tell him that he can take a tow, or if because he's been waiting a long time now. I have to imagine they're going to get a caution here soon. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Heusingveld with Christian Hewitt, while we weren't watching, has moved back up to the front. Oh, and there's now a battle for this is a battle for second place in the prototypes, the LMP1s, as this is Ed Verras and Mark Torres going side by side down into Charlotte's Web, but it looks like Verras is going to come out in front. A lot of traffic there once again.
Yeah, Mark Torres has really been getting the short end of the stick a lot of times when it comes to dealing with traffic today. And right now, great job by that Bad Cactus Racing 95 to move through this field, because it is Mark Torres and Kinetic Racing's 83 really have been struggling in this race to fight their way back up through the field.
And just behind them, this is Dmitry Linov, who is a lap down, so this is not for position. As they continue to try to hold him off. And now Ed Voris with some breathing space, overtaking the car of Shane Norton in the V Apex Purple LMP2. So it was close for a moment. Torres, though, still holding at least within pressuring range. Off track through turn 4, keeps it together, though. Kinetic Racing car really exploring the boundaries of this track. And I believe we got some... Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, sure these LMP1 guys up here, I'm sure they love this breathing room. It's still a lot of traffic around them, but not nearly as much as we've been seeing throughout this whole race.
We got a little bit of a battle farther back in the LMP1s. Fabian Jungbluth and Matthias Hoffman. This is GT Temple and some Experience Fire in a nice little fight for 7th. These positions just as important to these drivers. So really can't downplay this. But it looks like Jungbluth has got the legs for now, as what was about 0.3 of a second has stretched away to 1.3, less than half a lap. But could this come back together? Because look at all the traffic that is up ahead of these two.
Yeah, really surprised to see Jungbluth struggling so much today in that GT Temple Racing number 17. They came into this race sitting 3rd in the standings.
Well, it's a long race. We've only finished 1 hour now. So as he catches up to the tail of this train of GT cars, going to get 1, maybe 2 down the front stretch. And all 3, nicely done by Jungbluth there, dealing with that traffic and putting a gap between himself and Sim Experience. So that's going to take that battle away. In fact, is going to give us a battle down in P6 in the GTE cars. Taylor?
Yes, indeed. It looks like the Speedworks Racing West team has a new player to deal with now. That's David Barraclaw in the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team. They're now coming out of Charlotte's Web, making their way down towards the museum corner. Tony Costello doing his best to try to hold him off right now, but as they utilize the slipstream, Barraclaw closing in hard onto the brakes right now as they go through the museum corner. Right onto the back bumper he goes. Gains a little bit of time right now. Looks like Bearcaw's going to have to back off just a little bit as they make their way towards turn 8 and 9. A little bit of a rhythm section right here.
Indeed, and this is going to bring us to our first break of the day with all the pit stops being completed for the 3 classes. So running through the top 3 in each of our classes, LMP1 is being led by Brandon Guardacia, Ed Varas about 13 seconds back, and then the podium completed by Mark Torres in P3. What are we looking at in LMP2, Nick?
The LMP2, what a race it's been for them. Team Hoisingfeld right now leading that. Christian Kiewit, very eventful race for him so far. Behind him, it's going to be Black Sheep Motorsports 187. That's Peter Andreas Schmitz Fjellmeyer, who has taken over the reins of that machine. And then behind him, it's V Apex Racing Group Red, Taylor Bookout, who's fought his way up to 3rd place.
In the GTE Pro category, it is going to be the Geodesic Racing Black team with Miguel Vigo still behind the wheel, leading in the GTE Pro category. Behind him is the number 288. That would be the Lux Sim 24 Motfa podcast with Mark Fletcher still behind the wheel, trying his best to close in. And behind him in the 3rd position, rounding out your top 3 in the GTE Pro category, is the number 248 Team Hoisenfeld team with Jorn von Wendt leading in that Porsche. And your leader in the GTE AM category is the 315, a new player to the field right now. In the Nomad Sim Racing GTE, Jason Dilworth is holding on to the lead, followed by the Roadmasters Omega team in the 2nd place in GTE AM, and Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro 396 in 3rd for the GTE AM category.
That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're going to rest our voices for a moment. You'll keep the action on the screen, so don't go away here for round 3, the 4 hours of Barber and DGFX. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. We're watching round 3 of DGFX. And right now, your leader overall, Wyvern Racing, with Brandon Guarcia in the car, the number 41 leading LMP1s. Team Hoisingveld, number 111 with Christian Hewitt, leads the LMP2s. Geodesic Racing Black with Miguel Vigo in the number 255 leads GTE Pro. And we had a change for position. No, we did not, actually. We did have an off, though, for Jason Dilworth while we were gone. He is still leading GTE AM in that number 315. But a lot of action out there. We've had a few penalties since we left you. We've had one for car number 334. That is Fisher Motorsports. They had a 20-second stop and hold for causing a collision. And Luxsim 24, number 388, that is the AM team there, has a 20-second stop and hold for the same thing, causing a collision. So a couple other cars falling afoul of the steward's ire here as the race continues on. Clean racing really needs to be the call of the day, Taylor, because we've seen a number of drivers not only fall afoul of those penalties, but of damage as well.
Yeah, for the most part, this racing has been quite clean for drivers being able to get together, not really make too much contact. We've seen a couple of cars go off, but as far as for major serious incidents to where that damage comes into factor, we haven't quite seen that a whole lot. Drivers have been clean, working, listening to the crews as best they can, listening to their spotters, working with the officials. So really standout job, especially for those in the GT category.
See all the traffic there. Good example of what we've been watching. About an hour into this thing, it's been back and forth between cloudy and sunny here today, and drivers have really had to be on their toes. In fact, the weather right now, currently, not too bad. It's about 88 degrees on the track with 73-degree air temperature. So somewhat ideal conditions, just a little bit variable, unfortunately, for the drivers as we ride on board with 7th place in the GTE Pro. This is David Barraclaw chasing close behind the Porsche of Tony Costello. Now Costello, that car, the number 229 was leading at one point, if briefly, or at least challenging for the lead at one point. So he's fallen down the order after those pit stops. Kind of surprised the positions that they have lost.
Yeah, he did lose track of one of the drivers he was going up against. That's the Graphite Racing team of Julian Bell. And it looks like also Team Viking Ragnarok was able to also get by them through that pit stop. So he's got a new set of cast with the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team of David Barraclaw, as well as the Geodesic Racing Gold, who's not too far behind them as well. So it looks like Costello's got a new set of characters to work with, trying to make sure he tries to hold position as best he can. Hasn't really lost a whole lot of position-wise, but has lost a little bit of time on his competition he was racing with earlier in the race.
And speaking of new characters, that brings up a good point, Nick, is that in team racing like this, you can get used to how other drivers race, but suddenly as soon as pit stops happen, you might have new behaviors, new pace on different cars out there. I mean, explain to our viewers all the variables that these drivers are dealing with once driver swaps happen.
Absolutely. Different drivers have different skill sets, of course, and if one driver on your team not too good through the tight little corners of this turn, maybe the second driver will be, but then you might be sacrificing another area of strength by putting that driver in. So a lot of give and take when you have different drivers. One example of that is the Bad Cactus Racing Choya 95. They're in the LMP1s. While we were under commercial there, they actually lost third place to Beast Racing Zach Rounds. Zach Rounds has stayed in the car this entire race so far, as it looks like we are now seeing the cloud cover really start to cover the track. But Beast Racing, the 82, they moved from 8th to 3rd so far in this race.
Yeah, I've been kind of impressed with the recovery that Zach has been making, just kind of steadily moving forward bit by bit. And maybe that was a good call on their part. He's familiar with the track, with how things are driving, and just using it to his advantage as he puts a lap on a car within his same classes as Matthias Hoffman. Some experience fire letting him through without any incident. And then up into the Alabama roller coaster. Quite a bit of racing left to go. Gonna have, and there we see some smart driving right there. Zach could have forced a 3-wide situation with all 3 classes up in front of him, but decided to stay behind Goodwin. Now gets a clear bit of track to try and weave his way by. Endurance racing isn't necessarily always about that raw speed, but more about smart racing, smart strategy to get you first to the end. Down in the GTE Pro, looks like we got some action happening there, Taylor.
We've got a battle going on right now for the P7 position. We got Jonathan Brault in the Geodesic Racing Gold going up against Andreas Olsson in the Team Bushfink Racing Green Team as they're making their way down the front straightaway towards the Alabama roller coaster. They are making their way. Was able to pull away a little bit, Olsson was, over Jonathan Brault. But as a little bit of lap traffic in front of him, that of Tim Cook in the 394 AVA Vervatic team, as he gives way to those two working hard as they're coming down towards Charlotte's Web. Ooh, almost cuts the nose off of that Ferrari right there as they're making their way towards Charlotte's Web. A little bit of extra cars coming also as well. A few more, actually. We have Guiana Quinteller in the 281 Torque Freak Blanchimont team, along with Brandon Egret in the Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro team, and then Mikey Grims in that V Apex Racing Orange. So this is going to bring in new drivers to come in as they're coming down through the museum corner. So this battle is now going to heat up a little bit more for P7. After it was just only a 2-man team battling it out, now it's turning into a 3-4 team.
And I can't help but be amused by the body language that we saw from Brault there on Kim Cook. After he got squeezed, Brault effectively pinched Cook down on his way into Charlotte's Web. So I think he wasn't too pleased by that move that he had to deal with. Still right on the back of Olsson, so didn't hurt him too bad. Still fighting for this 7th position. Not much of a passing opportunity into turn 1, especially as far back as Brault is. The Geodesic Racing Gold car just holding station behind. And now we've got a little bit of action behind them with Mark Torres coming through in that LMP1. This is 2nd place in LMP1s, and he's got a long ways to go to catch up to Garcia, so he's probably going to be hustling through these lapped cars.
Yeah, and he's also got Zach Rounds behind him. Now, he is quite a ways back. When you look at him, it's about 2 seconds right now, 2.3 seconds. Now, that sounds like a lot, but in these LMP1 cars where they can really cut those gaps down within a couple of turns, Zach Rounds, if he gets free, he will cut that down to about a second and a half. I've been watching the last couple laps, and Rounds really hoping that Torres gets stuck in traffic. Right now, Torres has a pretty clean track ahead of him.
Got another penalty, the number 169. This is German Sim Racing in the LMP2 class. That is Julian Ojan. Got a 20-second stop and hold for causing a collision. And it looks like early stop for one of our LMP2s. Black Sheep has put Fjellner in the, well, he was in the car before. He's got some damage on the left front. So all the Sherlocks out there can put the pieces together and try to figure out what happened, but I'm getting some hints as to what could have been. This is our leader in the LMP2s. Hoisingfeld just been on a tear today. Hewitt back up at the front and really does not look like he is going to be challenged because the gap from him to second place Daniel Benefield is monstrous. Or excuse me, no, it's Taylor Bookout right now in second place, and it is a big gap between them.
Yeah, I didn't see what the Fjellmeyer incident was there. I was trying to find Julian Ojan, who was running very well, actually. Him and Oliver Chemisat have been splitting that car right down the middle today so far, and they that penalty is really going to hurt them.
They see they're
moving up.
So in and out after that penalty, Julian back out on track in what looks like 6th within the LMP2 class. So it comes directly into the heat of traffic in the process. Meanwhile, wow, Zach, you talked about the gap not meaning much between Rounds and Torres. Look at this. Oh, and contact between Torres and who was that?
Looks like Mayer. Manuel Mayer.
Yeah. Fisher Motorsports having to take off track and back on. That could have been a heavy hit, though. I wonder if that left any damage on Torres.
I'm looking. I think he got away quite a bit.
He was a long ways back, so I can understand him being a little bit surprised. Great job by Mayer to hold the car together and not spin it out, just bring it right back on. I wonder, though, if we're going to see either a warning or a penalty to the number 83 because of that.
More contact. Big trouble in turn 1.
And that was an absolute mess. That started well in front of them. That was, I believe, Jean Brunet getting turned around by another car. Not sure who it was.
That's Mark Torres, I believe.
Yeah, Torres wasn't
stopped
involved in it. Brunet got turned by Pruz.
Or the second place and back.
That was Leneve ahead of Torres, who was checking up just to stay out of him. Poor Torres was blind, just stuck behind the LMP1 ahead of him.
Yeah. And the Leneve has been a lap down for most of this race. But he's had the speed to be up there and fight with them. Nowhere to go.
Poor Zach Rounds, that was a hard hit there to the side. And then bounding over the grass certainly didn't help the under tray of the car. Wow, how quickly can things unfold in this series? You can be looking so good and something just completely out of your control changes the face of the race. And look at the damage. We can see it now from this head-on view on Zach Rounds.
Yeah, that's huge damage on that 82 Beast Racing car. And it's such a shame. They were really doing such a great job today to fight up through this field. They started 8th. They were up to 3rd. They were going for 2nd when they got in that accident. And it looked like they'd have it. And now it all resets for them.
And what this does is the number 41 of Wyvern has an even bigger gap now because Torres was involved in it, Zach Rounds was involved in it, so that's 2nd and 3rd place losing time. And then Marius Valiocas, who is a ways back, is still trying to play catch-up, sitting in 4th in that LMP1s, but has got a pretty decent gap from what I've seen. I think about 14 seconds up to 3rd place.
Yeah, and Joe, do you see a lot of damage on Mark Torres's 83? I think he got away with a lot there.
Let's take a closer look here.
Slammed on the brakes, like he came to a complete standstill to avoid that wreck, but I could have sworn I saw him make contact, but I think it was small enough contact to still be all right. Yeah,
the racing got smiled on him, that is for sure. So he's able to hold on to 2nd place despite that little incident. And sorry, just getting a little bit of information on the side here. A lot happening out on track, unfortunately, with that action. The number 83 able to continue with Kinetic Racing holding down 2nd spot. Meanwhile, in the LMP1 lead, as we look over at Christian Hewitt, LMP2 lead, they've got trying to figure out the gap between themselves and Taylor Bookout. Looks like, wow, is that correct on screen that we're seeing? 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're a lap difference overall. Wow. Christian Hewitt 2 laps down right now. And Taylor Bookout 3 laps down in 2nd.
That could be a little bit of a bug in our timing and scoring. Unfortunately, with the number of cars, we're having a few issues with that. All right, as they come across, so 37 seconds. Okay, that seems a little bit more likely, but even still, just as impressive of the 111, just dominating the 101 for the moment, for the time being. And we are still yet to see a caution today. You know, I almost wonder if we have any stats on hand of when was the last time DGFX saw a cautionless race, if ever. Boy, that throws a wrench in anybody's strategy for sure. Meanwhile, battle in the GTE AM lead is apparently getting a little bit closer to each other. Taylor, I understand you've been keeping half an eye on that one.
Yeah, while watching all the other action going on, we still have the battle for GTE AM. John Philip Weed, as with the Roadmasters Omega team, is closing in on the back of that 315 Nomad Sim Racing GTE of Jason Dilworth. Right now, the lap times between the two cars are a little bit situated right now. Jan is a little bit quicker in certain parts of the track, but due to the fact of the LMP1 traffic and LMP2 traffic, it's making it a little bit difficult for him to close in on the gap of Dilworth as they're making their way towards turn 14 and 15 to the final sections coming to the front straightaway. This might be what he needed to close the gap because the LMP1s are slowing down our leader in GTE AM. So give it a little bit of time. We might see that 399 making a pass for the lead before it's all said and done.
Yeah, that's Ojin, the driver who recently served a penalty. Oh, we got a car stopped. That's Ross Yost. I'm not sure if he's waiting for a gap or if this is a car that is just out of commission.
There he goes. That is the 222.
Car number 2. Yeah. And you know, oh boy, this is one of those embarrassing moments you hate to have as a driver. This happened to him as soon as he exited the pits, Taylor. Fresh driver in, and loses it.
That is one of the most embarrassing moments that any driver, whether it be in real world or sim racing, when it comes to multi-class and team racing, losing it in turn 1 as soon as you get off pit road. You got to be so careful with these tires. They're fresh tires. Track is slick right now with the sun out, so drivers are going to have to take it easy, knowing not to push it right yet until the tire builds up with some heat and a little bit of rubber on them in order for them to have the grip enough to make sure that they can complete a lap here around Barber Motorsports Park.
And you can see Yost is able to get it going once again. The 222 continues on 27th in class. I remember one time at one of the VLN races at the Nürburgring, I hopped in the car, very first lap, I bent it in Bravery Corner and ended our race, my very first lap for the team. So it is excruciating, I can tell you, when you do that and cause those sort of problems. Meanwhile, we're looking at second in the GTE Pro. This is this is Fletcher chasing Down Vigo. Actually ahead of Von Wendt in that class.
Yeah, Mark Fletcher's just been in that position pretty much the entire race except during pit stops. Now he's got to work his way through some GT traffic right now, of some slower lap traffic, as well as having to worry about the faster LMP1 and LMP2 as a car goes off one of the LMP2s coming out of the final corner. Down the front straightaway they go. He seems to make quick work of the GTE cars, no problem at all. Down into turn 1, there's nice clean sailings in front of him, but still not able to close the gap on the GTE Pro leader of Miguel Vigo, as he is now over about 17 seconds behind, almost 18 seconds. So Miguel doing an excellent job of race pace, as you brought up before, almost a picture perfect race for him tonight.
Now, as we watch this, another update. We've got a slew of warnings, and these are pretty much slam dunks. We haven't mentioned it. One of the rules that they have in this series is if you abuse the incident limits, and that includes off tracks, eventually you're given a warning, which is what's happened to a bunch of cars, and then you can be given time penalties in these cars. So that includes the likes of Nomad Sim Racing, Samba Racing, Team Vikings 201, Kinetic 283, Black Sheep Motorsports, Fitzy Motorsports 113, and Beast Racing, all for incident limit breach. And this was in the last few minutes. So as we get farther into the race, drivers are going to need to be kept aware of how many incidents they've accrued and how clean they need to be racing, or else they're going to hurt their team, not just in terms of damage, but in terms of time and pace.
Those time penalties can be a big, major factor, especially towards the end of the race. Let's say, for example, your car was maybe 5 seconds ahead of the competition. let's say if you got a penalty and receive a 10-second, you could end up losing not just one, but multiple positions at the end of the race after that is all said and done. So you have to be really careful not to get those time penalties, because that could factor in majorly when the checkered flag falls at the end of the day today.
So following now, Brandon Guarcia still leading in the LMP1s. Brandon, who has since taken over the lead in the last pit stops, is looking like he's had just the smoothest of sailings. Now, granted, we haven't been watching Brandon very closely, but the gap that he's been able to pull over Torres really pays credit to the way he has been dealing with traffic. However, back in third place, we got a good battle going on between Rounds and Valiocas. And we thought that maybe this would happen, Nick, because we saw the damage that came on Zach Rounds, and there it is right there. The SR Team USA getting himself into third with ease.
Yeah, that Beast Racing 82, a lot of that damage, it definitely has been hurting them. They've been falling off seconds every lap. And I expect them to lose probably a couple more positions. They have a bigger gap back even further. But,
And Wyvern pits. This is our leader.
Brandon Guarcia, the leader of the LMP1s. He's raced the entire race for them. I'd be interested to see if they make a driver swap here. They have Dallas Pataska waiting for when they need him later.
We know that Dallas is a quick driver, that is for sure. I'm seeing Brandon stay in the car for
me
now.
too.
And is my eyes deceiving me? Is there damage on the back? Is that rear wing? Something must have happened. I'm going to go and check.
Oh, lots of damage, yeah.
This is unscheduled, I'm pretty sure. And unfortunately, I'm not able, because of our timing and scoring issues, I'm not really able to see what happened exactly here. So we'll have to do a little bit of investigation, see if we can suss out where contact was made, because clearly they hit something.
Yeah, he had a pretty empty racetrack ahead of him as well. He was racing just by himself. Oh. Trouble with Mark Torres?
And something happened to Torres.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it was entry into pit lane. There was a car spinning in front of him. I think this was supposed to be a scheduled stop. Yeah, it was supposed to be a scheduled stop for Torres, and Vaughn went a little bit wide. And he managed not to hit anything. Yeah. Oh, wow.
A lot of close calls for Mark Torres today.
I'm sad that we don't have a replay of that, because that is a code brown if there ever was one from the number 83. So with all that's been happening, and just as I say that, Zach Brown's who I wanted to go to right now, Beast Racing and their beastly damage on the car might actually get a little bit of scraps thrown to them, with a chance to catch up to our leaders with the problems that they've had.
Yeah, the lead is going to cycle through back to Marius Valiocas in the SRT Team USA.
I have to imagine we're going to see some repairs being done on the number 82.
For sure.
As you mentioned there, we see Valiocas back up front. Torres comes out in second, but we're waiting on a pit stop for the number 29.
Zach Rounds, another one of those drivers who's raced this entire race. No driver swaps for Beast Racing yet.
Same thing with Valiocas. He has yet to hand over the reins. He is sharing this one with, looks like Pat Kelly. They also have Kenneth Rodriguez on the team, but he is not in the sim at the moment.
And Beast Racing, Zach Rounds sharing that one with Drew Adamson.
But Zach Rounds comes back out, does not swap. And I have to dig up the rules here. They do have time rules on who can have how much in the car. I believe if they've got it for these 4-hour races, I think a two-man team is a quarter of the race, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll get confirmation on that. I don't want to give incorrect information there. Meanwhile, P3 in the GT Pro. Nice little action happening. This is Von Wendt and Julian Bell fighting for this one. Whoever's sponsoring Julian Bell has gotten their money's worth, because we have shown so much of him today.
Yeah, that Julian Bell has been doing quite well. In fact, the whole Graphite Racing team has been doing well this entire season, with that one win at Silverstone. Right now, though, as they're coming into turn 3 right now, coming down towards Charlotte's Web, they're trying to catch back up after being passed by Jordan Von Wendt and the Team Hoysenfeld 248 Porsche. Right onto the brakes right now, they have the Pineapple Racing 327 car, a lap car right in front of them, but it looks like Von Wendt got a terrible exit corner. This gives Julian Bell the opportunity to look to the inside as they make their way toward the museum corner. He's got the outside alone for the first half of the turn 7. Then Von Wendt able to get by Bell as Bell gives way a little bit. He hugs the inside of the apex coming off of turn 7 as they make their way through the little bit of the rhythm section of turn 8 and 9. But Julian Bell trying to apply as much pressure as he can on Von Wendt to get back into the podium position.
Apologies. This is actually for P2. That's more of our problems with the timing and scoring, hence why we had the incorrect information there. So this is trying to sort out the podium, and they're going to come up on the traffic of Yan de Jong.
And Joe, it looks like we were just talking about the driver swaps in the LMP1s. The SRT team just came in. Valiokas handed it over to John Pat Kelly just now.
So seeing one of our top drivers hand over to another one in his team. And just a quick update, we're starting to get some more penalties being handed out for incident limits. Black Sheep number 222 has been given a stop and go. More action continuing here in the GTE Pros. Bell continuing to hassle Von Wendt, the Hoysingveld 248. Doing all he can, a little bit wide, outbreaking himself down through Museum Corner, and this is going to allow Bell to catch up on the back of him, but it is so fast through these S's, Taylor. Not sure that this is going to be an opportunity.
No, he's going to have to wait till they get to turns 10 and 11 before he can maybe make a pass, if not towards 13 and 14. As they come up over the crest of the hill, back down they go as they make their way past pit road. See if they're going to decide to come in. Not yet. They're going to probably wait a couple of more laps before they make their next pit stop. Coming out of turn 15 right now onto the front straightaway, Von Wendt is still able to hold the position over Julian Bell.
We got a little bit of traffic behind them. This is Zach Rounds, our driver in 4th in that class at the moment. 5th in that class, excuse me. Gets one, and then now he's able to get by both of them. And lets them to battle amongst themselves. Nice clean racing between the two classes. We are over an hour and a half into this one now. Getting a little bit better shape of how things will shake out, and yet we are still cautionless. If you're just joining us here in round 3 of DGFX for the 4 hours of Barber, it has been something of a Christmas miracle. It's been green flag racing as soon as that green has dropped, and yet to get the yellow coming through.
Another penalty has been given out by Don Parks. He's been black flagged for a minute for avoidable contact.
Ooh, wow. That's the most drastic one we've seen yet as far as penalties go. So he must have done something serious. If we trying to remember if we saw that one on screen or not. We ride on board with Julian Bell for the moment, sitting in 4th, still chasing Von Wendt. Excuse me, this is 3rd, actually chasing for 2nd. So that good opportunity that we saw a little bit earlier. The challenge up into this upcoming corner, Museum Corner, really hasn't resurfaced. Von Wendt has collected himself and managed to withstand the pressure of Bell. I'm actually curious, how many drivers have DNF'd by this point? Again, our timing and scoring a little bit out of whack. I think German Sim Racing from the LOP1s has retired. PCDC Motorsports Yellow is out of this race. Black Sheep 221 is gone, and the last driver running right now is in 56. That is Team Vikings Midgard. Ooh, and who is that off track on the back of the course? I'm trying to get up to it.
Like one of the Speedworks cars right there, the Porsche. That's Tony Costello right there. He must have had it off out of the museum corner.
Let's see if we can figure out what exactly happened to the 222. Boy, it's ever since Tony took over the reins, it's not been a good day. A little bit of help, though. Oof. 229, excuse me. See it from Brault's perspective. Sometimes this can give us a little bit of a different idea of exactly how this went down. Oh, yeah, you know, him going off just checked him up, it looks like. And Brault, unfortunately, did not expect to be that close. So that means that Speedworks has Costello continuing in 11th in that GTE Pro, and actually he just got spun around once again just now in Charlotte's Web with a little help from Ronald Gross. This is the third time this race that we've seen action for Gross in Charlotte's Web. I have a feeling he'll be glad to see the other side of that corner when his race is done. Oh, we got a caution.
It looks
Come
like
back live.
Looking at it right now, Jean Brunet of the Lux Sim 24 Motefoot rookie team was stopped on track, not able to continue going on, and now has been agreed to sent to be towed. So that must have been the season. The number 388 Ferrari. He's now on pit road right now after being towed.
Let's see, trying to find the incident here is, yeah, he had some help from Fjellmeyer in the final corner. That turned him around, and then he got hit many more times. Jonathan Brault, actually, one of them. And then Julian Ocean. We're going to see if we can get the replay here. Looks like, not sure that we've got it. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just going to miss it here. So Jean Brunet bringing out our first caution of the day. So looks like our leader is just catching the pace car now.
Joe, I'll tell you who is most thankful for that caution out of the two prototype classes. It is Ed Vores and the Bad Cactus Racing Choya 95, because that gap between him in third place and Wyvern Racing's Brandon Guarcia was really closing fast, multiple seconds per lap sometimes. So definitely a break there for the 95 team.
Absolutely. So our leader in the LMP1s, now that we're able to catch our breath, is Kinetic Racing 83. Torres in the car. Team Hoisingveld 111, and the LMP2s has Christian Hewitt leading the way. GTE Pro, Geodesic Racing Black, still Miguel Vigo. This has been his race to lose, basically. And then GTE AM has Road Bastards Omega leading the way with Jean-Philippe Weed up there. with that, as the pace car collects everybody, they're going to get everyone sorted out before they open the pit lane. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back and hopefully bring you the pit stops. The first time we'll have pit stops under yellow here in round 3 at Barber Motorsports Park. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. We are under our first caution of the day, almost halfway through the race already. That bodes well for the rest of it, but it's going to get a lot of action afterwards. You can see a couple cars have come into the pits. It looks like many of them had recently done scheduled stops or just don't find this to be an advantageous time to come on into the pits. As this is Julian Bell currently in there for Lux Sim 24 Motive. Currently we are being led by Kinetic Racing number 83, Mark Torres, up at the front of the field. In the LMP1s, our leader in the LMP2s is Christian Kiewit. Then you've got Miguel Vito leading GTE Pro, and GTE Am being led by Jason Dilworth. It's been somewhat of a hectic first half of the race, guys, and I don't know about you, but I've really enjoyed the way things have gone so far. It seems like, to me, it's been quite a bit cleaner. The stewards have done a very good job keeping everybody in line and also making sure not to throw the caution flags too quick. Taylor, I'm really impressed with the turnaround from the first two races to this one, just how phenomenal the racing's been.
Yeah, it's actually most surprising. You know, we expect maybe what we saw at Silverstone and at Daytona more likely here at a track like Barber. But for some reason, it seems like everyone's just been minding their P's and Q's, taking their time, pushing the issue when they need to, but also giving and taking as well. So I've been quite impressed with today's racing. Really great action throughout all four classes, and looking forward as we're closing in on the second half of the 4-hour race.
And Nick, we've kept half an eye on the weather, and it has changed quite a bit since we last looked at it as we get more cars coming into the pits now. Remember, we said it was in the 80s on the track. It is now 97 degrees. But we haven't seen much in the way of handling issues, so it seems like the drivers are pretty on top of it.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't seen too many drastic changes in the weather, despite the temperature you just said. A lot of it is just having cloud cover on and off. But one lap I remember at about the 3-hour mark to go, it was beautiful. It was cloud covered. For the next lap, it turned to sunny, and the next lap, right back to cloud cover. So a lot of changes that these drivers, they have to be ready for. And that really sums up the racing as well, because right when these guys have been getting into a rhythm, that's when the unexpected will strike, and that's when these guys have to take adaptive measures to keep themselves into this race.
Speaking of adaptive measures, look at the pit lane now. So now is when they've opened the pits officially, and everybody comes on in. I think those two that we saw before were emergency stops before. So a lot of drivers electing to sacrifice track position to get themselves a little bit less time stationary. So that changes things slightly in each of the classes, including our leader in LMP2s. They've swapped drivers. It is still the same car, the number 111, but now Ronnie Fantini has taken over from Christian Hewitt.
Yeah, that's a move that we expect. I kind of expected under this caution to happen for them if they had come in. Team Hoistingfeld in the 111, they are going for 2 wins in a row. They won last month at Daytona. They are sitting 1 point behind Nomad Sim Racing right now in the standings. They have had a great race today, just dominant up there in the 111.
And Nick, you know who this helped out a ton. Remember we saw the incident with Daniel Benefield very early in the race? Well, take a look at who is suddenly farther up the field now after those stops. Number 113 finds himself in third.
He is one of those drivers left on track that has raced the entire race by himself. He does have Benjamin Gregory sitting in case they need him, but yeah, great rebound for them. They have moved right back up into the podium position. And V Apex Racing Group Red, I have them scored in second right now. And they have also changed drivers. They went from Taylor Bookout to Alex Saunders.
Well, we'll see how they handle green flag racing soon enough, because the lights are out on the pace car. Now let's see if they stay out, because they just started another lap and they did a bunch of wave arounds. So I'm not sure if they're going to wait for those cars to make a little bit more progress.
I really expect to see that Wyvern Racing 41 to be pretty aggressive on this restart. Brandon Guaracia, we have seen him from the start go up to the lead aggressively. He's back to third, or he went back even further than third. He's now shuffled his way back up to third, and I think this is his best opportunity to get back to that top spot.
And no doubt on that. As you can see, there's a lot of cars being waved around here. And one actually falling back, a couple falling back. Not sure what's going on. That is Jeff Yeager, who was suddenly slowing, and the Daniel Benefield behind him. Guess waiting for him to work his way through. And the stewards are trying to get everybody to go through. And I think we are still going to green because... And they might be extending the caution here. We're getting a little bit of word from them that they might have to do so because of the checkup. Yep, there it goes. They've extended the caution. So some of the drivers getting a little bit confused out there, and that's why we've got one more lap of caution. They're just had a wave around, did not understand exactly that they had it, so they were waiting patiently so that they didn't get a black flag. Well, this should be nice, kind of nice actually, because it should make it exactly halfway when we get going green once again, or at least very, very close to it. If we can get going green this next time by. Those lapped cars now catching up to the tail of the snake, or the crocodile if you want to go by Martin Brundle's terms. This is always one of the more painful parts of the cautions, Taylor, is always trying to sort it out. It's a little bit difficult on the roadside, especially multi-class, trying to get the cars sorted out. But the stewards do a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of thankless work behind the scenes that they can be complained at so much by the drivers, by fans, and various teammates and whatnot. But it's really thanks to them that this whole thing goes off.
Yeah, it's very important that these admins and officials and all of the hard work that goes behind and even keeping a league such as popular and well maintained as the DGFX. Working in a former leagues myself, it is very painstaking just to try and figure out making sure, even just for running with one class of cars, let alone now we're having 3 to 4 different classes of cars here in this series. So a very big shout out to that team of officials keeping the racing clean, making sure that the penalties get sorted out, as well as making sure drivers get back on the lead lap who deserve to get back on the lead lap in their classes. So a big shout out to these race officials.
And the good news is we should be going green this time by for sure, as it looks like everybody has caught back up. We're going to be led by Mark Torres, but I like Nick's point. What is the number 41 going to do? Been looking so fast, but now caught in third position. The Bad Cactus Choya car is sitting in front of him, which has been decent, but I'm not sure that Ed Voris has the pace to hold him back. But Mark Torres is a bit of a question mark. Had enough for the pole. Oh, and he's actually got to check up a little bit as he took off a little bit too soon. This is going to stack everybody up behind him slightly, but green flag is out for the first restart of the day. And look at the bad start from the Bad Cactus car, already overtaken for second place as Brandon Guardacia sets off on a tear to try to overtake first.
It was a bad start for the Bad Cactus Racing team, but a really good start for the 83 after that slight checkup, but Guardacia not going to let him get away, I don't think.
Already within a second of the Kinetic Racing number 83. Behind them, it is a big mess for our leader and the LMP2's Ronnie Fantini. Thankfully has a ton of cars between himself and Alex Saunders, but look at this, looking at potentially 3 wide, heading down into the museum corner, and somehow they work it out. This is second place that we're looking at. Saunders, who as well as in the thick of things, and a car getting turned around, and he gets turned around as well. Excuse me, that wasn't Saunders. That was, who was that? It was a teal and yellow HPD. I'm not sure. It must have been a lap down because it wasn't any of our HPD leaders, but thankfully no caution because of it. So Fantini still second, Fantini first, Saunders second, and Benefield third. Oh, we got a big accident happening coming out of the final corner. This is Stephen Campson, and a caution is now out. His cars actually have to come to a halt to try and stay out of it. This was started by Taylor, did you catch it? Macbeth, maybe?
It looks like it.
Yeah, Macbeth and Bruce. This is the number 251 and 229 coming together in the final corner.
Yeah, just making contact, and just a bunch of other GT cars as we see one car go end over end. That's a 229 or 209. It's like the 289 of the Lux.
289, yeah, John Dance. Unfortunately did quite a dance, a break dance, if you will. And that, unfortunately, was just not his fault. He was trying to weave his way through when a car came and clipped him from the side. You see there.
Actually, his teammate who clipped him. That's end.
Let's get one more angle on this one, and then we'll come back live. Just a bit of an aggressive move, and it was a chain reaction. Unfortunately, Taylor, really kind of at the worst place because it was up towards the front of the field, so the entire train was just barreling down.
Yeah, it just caused a big bottleneck where drivers try to check up as best they can, but just unfortunately due to the fact you had a car on your outside, a car on your inside, cars behind you, nowhere to go, you know, it's very difficult to try and get through a situation like that.
So, working our way down through Museum Corner behind the pace car pretty quickly after our first caution. We have now passed the halfway point. Changed with our leaders, not with our LMP1, LMP2, or GTE Pro, but what about the GTE AM? Because that could have been right in the midst of that big accident.
That would be the 396, the Bad Cactus Saguaro racing team. They are currently your GTE and leaders at the moment, and they were involved in or around that incident, but they were able to skate on through. Ryan Wallace getting a little bit of wing damage by the looks of it, looking at that car right now.
Well,
but still.
They weren't leading before the caution, before the restart, right? I think they gained that from that incident, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they did. They were able to get by the Pineapple Racing 360 car right as soon as that incident was happening. So, looks like they were able to squeak on by past the 360. And also another player coming into the top three, that's the 333 Usagi Racing team, have got into the top three, getting by the AVA Vervatic 394.
Well, we've got another chance to try and collect ourselves as they collect the cars together. So we're going to step away once again for just a moment here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back if we see the pits open and bring you any of the action that happens there. Don't go away again. This is round 3, the 4 hours of Barber here for DGFX. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. Thanks for joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network. The Global Sim Racing Channel is bringing you round 3 of the DGFX. They've just opened the pits after our second caution of the day. And unfortunately, it came immediately after the first caution when it took us all the way to halfway through the race to get that first one. So hopefully we won't get more yellows as the race goes on. You can see a few drivers are coming in, but one of the big things that has happened during that break, Taylor, we've had a change in GTE Pro, and is this the first time all race actually that we've had a change in that lead?
Yes, indeed. The 255, the Geodesic Racing Black team, has decided to come down and do a driver swap under that caution. Brendan Cronin has decided to get behind the wheel of that Ferrari, replacing Miguel Vijo as they come out. They are going to be those starting towards the back end of this field of cars, so they're going to have their work cut out for them. Currently, though, in the GTE lead is the number 201 Team Viking Ragnarok King with Kim Salveson. He will currently be taking them to the green flag. When we go back green flag racing, he'll have to worry about, though, Casper DeCourt in that number 292 Racing Graphite Racing GTE. So things have shuffled up a little bit here in the GTE class, but looking forward to seeing them come back under green flag conditions.
Those of you who recognize that paint scheme, that's because that was the one that Julian Bell was racing. And we'll see if Rudolph can lead the pack with Casper DeCourt now behind the wheel of that Ferrari. Coming down through Museum Corner. And we are going green this time by. So getting back to racing pretty soon. Thankfully, a little bit less of a mess for them to sort out since the caution came out so soon after the first one. It's going to be Mark Torres and the Kinetic number 83 leading the way once again. But boy, Wyvern is hot on their heels. And what an appropriate battle for the front between Kinetic and Wyvern. Taylor, you especially should be aware of just how fitting it is that these two should be duking it out.
Well, of course, because these two were the former Blackadder Motorsports racing against each other on the same team. It's not too long ago, but right now seeing these two going nose to tail, battling it out on separate teams, but still, of course, they're all good friends, racing with both as we go back.
Green flag is out, and it was a good jump for Torres, but Gracia holds him in check. A little bit of a drop back from the car behind, but that is not third place. That is Ribelo and Simitok Esport. He's a lap down. Then you've got the car behind them, Martin Hamon. He is sitting in fifth, and actually I can't find third place. He must be a lap down or something here, or at least mixed up in the pack.
Yeah, that's John Pat Kelly I have as third.
There you go. Just really not in a good place right now. The Speedworks Racing team in the thick of it really wants to get some clear track because right now the leaders are running away from him. Look at that, 3 wide down into Museum Corner. They get it sorted out to at least 2 wide for some of them. And no incidents between those cars. Meanwhile, the GTE Pro, lots of action there, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. We have our top 3 in the GTE Pro category. We've got Tim Clausen in the 3rd position, Casper DeCourt in 2nd, and then Kim Salveson leading right now in the GTE Pro as they're making their way through the final corners. Casper DeCourt gets right on the back bumper of Salveson as they come out of turn 15. Down the front straightaway they go. Casper has to give way a little bit to the LMP2 traffic as they make their way down towards turn 1. But the battle is definitely going to be heating up as we have a new cast of characters up towards the front of the field.
That is Erling Bolmer for Vikings Fenris. The LMP2 car trying to wait patiently, doing a great job actually, just waiting for an opportunity, seeing that this is a battle for the lead. And now it looks like Salveson, who is one of his teammates, hence why he's taken his time with him. Going to have the inside pinched a little bit, but doesn't lose the position. Bolmer now can leave his teammate, his sister teammate, alone and get through. But a little bit of traffic in front of our GTE Pro leader, Ryan Wallace, trying to stay out of the way. Frantic moments, and now they got another LMP2 coming up behind. Vladimir Varchevsky, LMP1.
Yeah, that's our second place in the GTE AM category of Ryan Wallace. He is trying his best to try to close the gap on that 360 Pineapple Racing, who's in front of him right now. So he's going to have to be very careful not to cause too much issues with these leaders.
Oof, tight stuff with David Sustella. 4X Racing gets a little bit of contact in the side there, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. He's got to be careful right now. It's almost 4 wide on the front straightaway right there.
Wow.
I do not recommend anyone trying that in real life racing.
I can't believe that all worked out, and almost didn't, because David Costello pushed off to the side and almost, not sure who that was, but almost shoved the car into the grass. We ride on board with Tim Claeson's now sitting in third.
Ooh, Tim's getting hard on the brakes late for Charlotte Webb.
Claeson's locked out there because he outbraked himself, and that I think that was it was an LMP1 that chopped him off the nose because he didn't know that car was going to be braking that late, and they all made it through. Goodness.
Nearly made contact with Wallace, also of that Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro team, when they were going through there, but he was able to narrowly make his escape.
His fourth place in that GTE Pro battle. All that mess has brought him a little bit up into things. Brian Reniers, Torque Freak Blanchiment, having to wait patiently behind that. Nathaniel Schramm. Still yet more of these LMP2s having to try and work their way through these GTE battles. Bart Daleman still out there sitting in 9th. This is in the LMP2.
And the LMP1 leaders really close together now. It is Brandon Garcia who did slowly close that gap on Torres. Lots of traffic here on the front stretch for those two.
Look at that nose to tail for the lead with an hour and 47 minutes left to go. They get by the car of Alwyn Klusterman. Now they have to weave their way around Benjamin Fisher. No dramas there. Getting something of a break here as the GTE cars thin out in front of them. But look at that, down into Charlotte's Webb. Brandon Garcia not quite brave enough to stick his nose in and tries to save the car, knowing, I'm guessing that he assumes he's got a little bit better pace than Torres for now.
Yeah, when they're by themselves, Garcia definitely closing in, but it is Mark Torres who's been putting himself out there in those tougher situations a lot more, as they have even more traffic ahead of them to deal with.
This is going to be mixed traffic as Unenberg gets out of the way, lets them through. And then they've got an LMP2, Benjamin Gregory for Fitzy. And as they follow him onto the front stretch, that's going to be no problem. Just screen by down towards turn 1. Boy, what a yellow does for this race. More traffic up ahead of them now, though. Ross Yost trying to stay out of the way. And Drew Eccles as well.
Garcia being really patient here. I think he knows. I agree with you, Joe. He knows he might be a little bit faster. He just doesn't want to ruin his race like we've seen a couple other guys do just by being a little too aggressive in these situations.
Well, and like we saw right there, if he waits for the right moment, traffic could help him out. That was ironically the teammate for Kinetic and Tommy Vandergucht in the 283 Porsche. They managed to sneak through, but you can see how much that has allowed him to get right up on that rear wing once more. Mark Torres is going to have to work very, very hard to hold off this Wyvern racing machine. With the car exiting out of the pits, we got a little bit of 3 wide. Great heads up by everybody, especially that was Wildenauer for Road Bastards Omega, who held off to the left, saw it coming, and let everybody through nice and safely. Good job.
I thought that was going to be a huge checkup there for Guarcia, but no, he really stayed in it and really showed us that he can drive aggressively in those situations, just doesn't want to put himself there if he has the choice.
So, some more traffic to deal with up ahead of them. Pitkinen going to separate them momentarily. They're spread out in those first two, but look at this. It closes up now as they reach the likes of Clark Archer, Ryan Wallace. And the, lost the, contact! That was Guarcia and Torres, and the pass made for the lead, actually, but it hands right back as Torres gets right back in front of him.
Guarcia went outside, went into the grass. Torres went inside, almost got into another car in traffic, and they came out and met together side by side and made contact. Guarcia had the lead, but Torres had the momentum, and he gets back to the front.
I'm not sure if they actually touched or not. Hopefully no damage to either car. As all this has been happening, the gap between themselves and the next is about 30 seconds, but up in the lead for the GTE Pro, it is tightening up there as well.
Yes, indeed. Kim Salveson having a little bit of trouble right now with Casper DeCourt closing in as our LMP1 leaders are zooming right by them right now. Casper DeCourt now had to give up that time he worked so hard to gain on Kim Salveson in order to just stay out of the way of those LMP1s. But now he's going to try to put the power back down on that Ferrari to get right back on the back bumper of Kim Salveson in that Ford GT. And then right in front of them is our GTE AM leader of Pedro Diaz. He's currently holding on station, having a good lead over the 396 Bad Cactus Racing.
And it's no wonder those LMP1s rushed through. Those were the leaders who were trying to not lose any time if possible. Salveson keeps the gap at about 0.8 of a second. Tim Claeson's giving watch from the popcorn position back at the bottom of the podium. He knows that one little thing could change the face of it. A little bit of traffic could give him an opportunity or even hand him the lead if we see contact befall the top two.
Drivers are trying to be so careful, especially when the LMP1 and LMP2 traffic comes zooming by. They're trying to do their best to stay out of the way, but yet also make sure they have enough gap to try and pull away as they draw closer at the end of this race. But right now, Casper DeCourt gets a good run out of turn 7, out of the museum. Through 8 and 9 they go through the rhythm section. Now down towards turn 9. He's right on the back bumper of Salvenston right now. Really good run as they come up over the hill. Back down as they go as they make their way towards turn 13, 14, and 15.
Boy, DeCourt just looks so strong on the back half of the course. He is ready to play some reindeer games, see if he can get this lead away from Salveson. But the Viking is not willing to give up yet. He still holds him behind and does not offer up an opportunity.
He's doing his best, not really trying to have the car prancing around too much as they come down out of this Alabama roller coaster town towards Charlotte's Web, getting right back on the back bumper. Try to utilize, gets right on the brakes. Here we go. He's going to try to look to the outside. Gets right close to the back bumper. He's got to be so careful not to watch out and get loose coming off the corner exit.
And DeCourt has the car exactly where he wants it. He's already causing defensive moves from Salveson, who was holding off the inside as they came up to Museum Corner there, but came back to the racing line. And all it's going to take is one moment in traffic for DeCourt for him to just sneak on through. They might get one coming up here. This is Niels Hundheg. He's going to get on by without drama. Still less than a car length between Salveson and DeCourt. And in all of this, don't look now, that orange and blue car is Tim Claeson's for Torque Freak Corkscrew. That is for third position.
Yeah, Claeson has been closing in while these two have been battling. Claeson, I mean, this team right here, Torque Freak Racing with Barriclaw and them, were showing a strong run at Silverstone, unfortunately getting caught up in incidents. Not as strong in Daytona, But right now, we see these two who've been battling each other for the whole season right now back at it again.
Good battle up here, back for the lead in LMP1. Guaracia has closed the gap once again, and they've been weaving their way through traffic more and more aggressively as the laps progress. And he is right behind Mark Torres here.
And he's pushing. He had a big off there coming through the S's. They'll get the inside line away from Deirdre. But Guaracia using the track and then some as they come to the front stretch. This time looking a lot more clean coming off the final corner. But we can start to see some marbles building up on the outsides, and the drivers will have to watch out about where they place these passes. As Brandon brings it out of the Alabama roller coaster, this could be a good chance down into Charlotte's Web, but he looks a little too far back to me.
Yeah, this has been the pace. They've had the separation for a couple laps. Big traffic ahead of them here. A couple LMP2s. And that might... Oh! Guaracia has to split him down the middle.
Yeah, and I think there was some slight contact between Torres and Sustello. But no harm, no foul.
It's Pedro Diaz, our GTE AM leader, spinning right there on front straightaway.
We'll get to that in a minute, because right now we're watching this continued battle. Poor Guaracia had the worst of that traffic and offered a gap up to Torres, but now it goes away from him once again because Brian Bennett coming over the hump finds himself as a little bit of a roadblock. Now Guaracia tries to square off the penultimate corner. He comes out of turn 16 and once again just a little bit too far back. Torres using the hybrid power of that number 83 to perfect effect. I thought I saw a stopped car on the outside of one. Was that who we were mentioning there, Taylor?
Yeah, it was Drew Eccles.
That was Drew Eccles who got loose. But back with that incident, coming out of turn 15, the previous lap, Pedro Diaz just hit the grass a little bit too much curving, and took the car around. That has now dropped him back in fourth position in the GTE AM category, giving Wallace back into the lead with that bad Cactus Racing.
We can't stress enough the importance of these GTE AM battles. It is a class of its own, even though it's the same make of cars as the GTE Pro. It is ever so important to these drivers to win that AM category. You can see Ryan Wallace currently 16th in the full GT class, but leading the way in the 396. So as all that was happening, we have had no change between first, second, and third in GTE Pro, but it is still incredibly tight. Salveson leads DeCourt, leads Clayson. Clayson has dropped off slightly, about a second and a half, but DeCourt is keeping Salveson honest, though he's being split 3 wide by a couple prototypes. That's Usher and Klusterman. There's a battle for position actually between those two in LMP2 for 6th.
And back up in the lead in LMP1, Guaracia has closed that gap once again to Torres. And just as I say that, lots of traffic gets in the way, and that'll gap them a little bit more than they were. So Guaracia's got to work through that. That's Erling Bomer in the Team Vikings Fenris LMP2 that's holding him up right now.
Oh, and it's a perfect scenario for Torres, because look at this. He is streaking through just a slew of GT cars. That's going to put a nice buffer between himself and Brandon. Now, Brandon's going to use the long way around of the Alabama roller coaster to try to keep himself from losing time. And it is going to work, but you can see the damage done as we ride on board with number 41 and the gap that has been built up to Torres.
Yeah, this has been the story of their battle ever since we went back to green flag here on this run. They'll get real close together. Torres will do a little bit better in traffic. It'll gap them quite a bit, and then Guaracia will fight back just until they hit traffic again.
Desperately trying everything he can, that Wyvern driver, to give himself an opportunity. He does have 90 plus minutes left on the clock, so chances should show themselves, but as it winds down, those chances will get fewer and fewer.
Well,
And
like
there you
this right
see
here.
him. Yeah, it closes right up, just like that. Right on the nose of Guarcia.
He's been good through this portion of the track.
A little wide as well for Torres coming through the roller coaster. Oh, is he going to try? He's forcing him to go defensive. Torres down to the inside. Guarcia on the outside of Charlotte's Web. Tries to hold him tight to it. Gets the run off the corner. The track is going to switch back here into Museum Corner. Can he outbreak him? He is deep into there. Is it too deep? Nicely done by Brandon Guarcia. Finally, he is back up the P1, overtaking Mark Torres for the overall lead.
Locked it up a little bit there to avoid Clark Archer, but he played it off well. Going to keep that lead and put a couple GT cars in between them. Really fast into that corner, though.
Power move coming off of Charlotte's Web as we watch review from onboard here on the replay. Boy, he sent that in deep. I thought for sure he was not going to make the corner, but I almost wonder if Torres decided to brake early and just give up the ghost. So that takes care of our battle up in the LMP1s, but what about the GTE Pros? Because it looks like Clayson's is closed back in.
Yeah, he is, but also he's trying his best to catch up, but Casper DeCourt has gotten right back up on the back bumper of Salveson right now, as he now goes a little bit wide off corner exit. Salveson taking a little bit more of a defensive maneuver as our LMP1 leaders zoom right by before they head down towards Museum Corner. Casper DeCourt just doing his best to try and find a way around him. He had a little bit of help when some LMP2 traffic went on by, but was unable to close the deal when need be. So as they go through the little bit of the rhythm section of turn 8 and 9, here comes Mark Torres right behind them right now. Casper just trying to push. He's going to try to see if he can sneak it behind Torres, but of course no avail at the moment. Up the hill they go before they make their way towards turn 12, 13, and 14.
Closing it a little bit as they slow the cars up down into penultimate number 15 and finally 16. They're going to have some traffic coming through. That's Julian Riddleau. It's a few laps down in the LMP1s. Casper DeCourt, though, staying right on the gearbox of Team Vikings. That Ford GT so under pressure.
Just one small mistake could cost Salveson a whole lot of time, even several positions, even with just a small mistake. As they go down into Charlotte's Web, looks like Salveson takes a little bit of a more lower line compared to Casper, who gets off corner exit, hugging going outside of the corner. So this is also, as he looks to the outside now, he's going to stick his nose in, not able to close the deal right now. Through the Museum Corner they go, and here comes also Tim Clayson right now in third position. He's going to try to get into the action a little bit more.
Right on top of him now, Salveson trying to make that car as wide as possible. And in the wake through the S's, DeCourt can't quite hold it underneath the rear wing of that Team Vikings Ford. But all that battling, look behind them. Here comes Tim Claysons, who has now closed it in as close to DeCourt as DeCourt is to Salveson. Oh, and we have a pitter. I think it was Reinhardt, or of Wyvern, excuse me. So that was our leader handing over to Dallas Pataska. Driver swap taking place.
It's an interesting time for it.
I wonder if that's the minimum time, though, for Dallas, hence why he's doing it. Or maybe they're just running it backwards. It seemed like about 45-minute stints for these LMP1s around here. That gives the lead back to Torres. Go ahead.
That would give them 2 more stints, and probably both with Pataska here.
Pataska back out on track. And he's going to return in second place. Such was the gap over third place John Kelly.
That explains why Guaracia was so eager to get up there. He wanted to put as much of a gap on Mark Torres and the Kinetic 83 team as possible, because they probably had that strategy pre-planned out to run this backwards and split the last 90 minutes of this up in half for Dallas Pataska to run.
Yeah, very clever strategic moves being played out here by some of these top teams.
This will be interesting to watch Pataska. This will be the first time we've seen him in a prototype running, at least in an LMP1. Usually we see him running in the GT category and other series we've watched him in, but looks like we're going to have to keep an eye and see how well he does in the prototypes.
Yep, as he gets a handle on the car. Let's head back over to the GTE Pro leaders, because that is still incredibly close, and they've been dealing with a number of traffic-related incidents here as cars try to work their way through. And you can see just all in a line that is Salveson, DeCourt, and Claessens.
Yeah, Claessens falling back just a little bit right now after some lap traffic kind of hindered his momentum. But Casper DeCourt getting right back on the back bumper of Salveson of that Ford GT, Ferrari, Ford, Porsche. Your top three right now. DeCourt is all over the back bumper trying to get by Salveson as they go through turn 4. He has to check up a little bit. Has to go out wide. Now because they make to the penultimate corner of turn 15. Gets back onto the gas down the front straightaway. Try to utilize a little bit of slipstream to try to close in a little bit. Not a whole lot of time, though, as before LMP2 traffic starts coming around. Back into turn 1 before they make it to the Alabama roller coaster.
It's going to separate DeCourt from Claessens just momentarily. If DeCourt can get himself a run here, it fortunately his inside is covered off by this LMP2 car trying to lap both of them. Just no place for him to go, and no good spot for him to try to lap these three. But as he finally gets by our leader Salveson, now they can continue the fight.
Looks like Salveson had to check up a little bit more. That brings Casper DeCourt back in again. He's going to try to go for it again at going through the rhythm of 8 and 9. Be so careful not to take too much curb through that section, otherwise you could end up losing control of your car. As they go up the hill of turn 11. And back down they go.
You know, credit goes to Salveson, because Kim has been withstanding this pressure for quite a while and not been overtaken. So I'm just impressed with the way that Kim has been both dealing with the traffic and the car behind and everything that this Team Vikings driver has to deal with while not giving up the lead.
Yeah, it's been quite impressive. He's been really keeping his cool for the most part, not letting the pressure get to him, even though DeCourt is really pushing the car as best he can to try and apply that pressure. But Salveson just keeping it cool. Keeping.
Oh, and Pataska's back into the lead. Did we have another pit stop? I believe we did. Matthias Magnussen has taken over from Mark Torres.
That he has, and they're going to cut that about 5 minutes later than Pataska and Wyvern Racing will. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think it's going to come down to, for those two, who gets in the most traffic in this next run. That's assuming we stay green flag, which at Barber here is really not a guarantee.
Certainly not. And the track's going to continue to get hotter out here today, most likely, even though we've had a little bit of cloud cover to keep cooling it down, because this race started and a big incident. Oh, and Torres trying to avoid it. He makes a little bit of contact, swings back across the track, and avoids being hit yet again. Excuse me, Magnussen in the car now. That all started with David Sustello. He just lost the car all on his own over the hump. It swung back across the track. He got hit by Alex Saunders, as well as Bart Daleman.
How many close calls have we seen that Kinetic Racing number 83 in today?
Well, I think this was more than a close call. I
Yeah.
think with the touch that he had, he's going to have a little bit of damage and lost a ton of time.
That will help Wyvern Racing, of course.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed. Oh my goodness. It is just an octopus putting on socks that he came up to. How do you pick where to go in that situation? It's just all smoke and car.
Of all of the possibilities he had there on the track, he probably did the best job to minimize that contact.
Continues in second place with at least a decent lead over John Kelly. Back in third, but about 15 seconds left to go. Oh no! Oh no! Did they get some suspension damage? Because they were just in here. They should not be coming into the pits now. I can't even see damage on the car. So if they got a meatball flag due to that touch, that is absolutely horrible.
They were going for 2 wins in a row. They won last week at Daytona. They had a second place at Silverstone, or last month at Daytona, rather. So they've done great all year. They're the current LMP1 points leader. We might see a little mix-up there at the top of the board now.
Well, how about SRT USA now with John Kelly up into second? That is a fine job by that team. That's going to promote Hamon up to third for GT Temple.
Yeah, SRT Team USA, they're sitting 6th in the points right now. Didn't run very well at either Silverstone or Daytona, so a great run for them today, like you said.
Well, those of you who are fans of the LMP2 cars, I know that we haven't shown them in a while. They're still being led by Fantini. That's not really the exciting bit. We do have a bit of a battle happening for 5th in that class, and that is Shane Norton in VA Apex number 133 with Mark Usher trying to chase him down in the number 187 Black Sheep car.
Yeah, the problem they have with that battle is they have 2 other LMP2s ahead of them, and I believe are those 2 cars also battling. It's Nathaniel Schramm for TCR and Don Parks for Luxem 24 Motfa. They're battling for 18th and 19th overall, but they're 2 laps further back.
Yeah, it is entirely mixed up. It is a whole bunch of cars, and it looks exciting from the outside, but very few of these LMP2s are on the same lap as one another in this train. Right on board with Usher. Now within striking distance of Norton. He's caught up to him. He takes a look to the inside, down into 14. Keeps it tucked in. He's got the shorter way around, and he gets the pass done. Move Mark Usher up to 5th with a keen move. That was advantageous stuff. So Magnussen back out on track in Kinetics number 83. How long were they in their pit stall there? A minute 22. Yeah, that looks like damage repair to me instead of any sort of scheduled stop.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I just feel so horrible to them, for them, because they were running such a beautiful race today. It looked like at least a podium being on the cards, and now I think they're a whole lap down, or nearly a whole lap down from third place.
And you were talking just a moment ago about that SRT Team USA up in second with a great run today. Just looking back through the DGFX archives here, 7th at Silverstone and a 5th at Daytona for that team. So huge improvement for those guys.
And we've got a significant development for one of our GTE Pro leaders, Miguel Vigo, who has been up at the top for much of this race, has been given a black flag for taking service on lap 87. This was just handed out recently, I believe.
And was during when full course yellow was under pits were not open at the moment, so very that would be the number 255, the Geodesic Racing Black team. So that was
Brendan
quite some time
Cronin.
ago.
Yeah, so it was Miguel Vigo's move, and Cronin is the one that's going to have to suffer for it. The whole team will have to suffer, but a team that has been dominant in this class looks like they're going to have a very, very hard time even getting a top 10 today.
Yes, indeed. Also, another development that happened, Casper DeCourt got involved with an LMP1 early on a few laps ago. That gave Tim Clayson the opportunity to move into the second position. And then over in GTAM, Usagi Racing with Pitkinen in the car in that number 333 Ferrari is currently your GTE AM leader. So a lot of developments going on down here in the GTE categories.
So we're seeing the last of the race start to develop as we get close to the final hour. And understand that we have our driver for, this was for Wyvern, I believe. Yeah, Wyvern Racing. Dallas Pataska's teammate, Brandon Guarcia, has come and joined us. They've got a monstrous gap now. So as we pull Brandon into the booth, Brandon, thanks for joining us. You certainly took the lion's share of a lot of the laps out there, but it seemed to pay off because you guys have quite a gap on track.
Yeah, no problem for stopping by. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and patience is the key. I cannot stress that enough. There's so many times that I lost 5 seconds a lap, but it hurt other people more by pushing.
And it seemed like that was the case with you chasing down Torres when he was still in the car for Kinetic. You took a while to get by him, but once you did, you were able to get away pretty easily. Is that what you were doing, just kind of waiting for a safe moment to execute the pass?
Yeah, I kind of noticed in the first stint that once I got in the lead, I was better than everyone else through traffic, so I was just biding my time, waiting for my moment.
So Brandon, we were watching. You came in at exactly the 1.5 hour mark to go. My guess is you're working it backwards now with Pataska in the car. 2 45-minute stints.
I felt bad for giving him a short time of driving, actually, so I just got out.
Well, slightly less intricate strategy, but nonetheless caused other people to pit as well.
Yep, yeah, I still had 6 or 7 laps to go. I'm like, it's Dallas's turn.
All right. Well, at least you're thinking of others, and Dallas seems to be grabbing the reins with ease as we continue to watch one of our LMP1s, Kyle Burney, work his way around the track. Well done so far. Wish you the best of luck for the remaining hour and 16.
Thank you very much.
That was Brandon Guarcia, teammate to our leader, Wyvern Racing's Dallas Pataska, in the number 41 with a 44-second lead that I'm seeing right now out on track.
Had a major issue with our GTE Pro leader coming down through turn 7, which is the museum corner. Contact with him. The 201 made contact with the prototype of, let's see here, that would be the 114.
We might have a replay. This is going to give the lead to Tim Clayson's. DeCourt gets promoted back up into second. We see that Ford GT. Oh yeah, did not expect a car to dive up the inside of the third apex when it was clear for the rest of that corner. So Team Vikings had to abandon ship on that corner. Wow, Clayson's with the avoidance maneuver. Beautiful, beautiful work. That handed him the lead.
And with about a second, almost 1.2 second lead over Casper DeCourt. So, plus with these LMP2 cars around him right now, this kind of gives him that cushion he needs in order to try and pull a gap over DeCourt.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars around right now, and this is when it gets a little sketchy, seeing some of them get awful close to the others around them. That was Don Parks almost getting into the back of Zach House. This is where it's tough to tell exactly quite what's going on, including a potential pass for the lead, because Casper DeCourt working the long way around at turn 16, and they're going to have a drag race down to the first corner. But can they get it done around the outside? Casper DeCourt backs out of it, decides he's going to have better opportunities down the line.
Try to do the over-under right now as he comes out of the Alabama roller coaster, not able to close the deal right now.
Yep, this is a lapped car in the form of Zach House that they're trying to get by. They're going to sneak through. Good exit, though, from DeCourt off of Charlotte's Web, but here comes one of the LMP1s. Hundeheg. Oh, gets to the inside. Off course goes Tim Claessens. That is going to be a cut course for sure. And indeed, as he lifts, Casper DeCourt finds himself up to the lead once again. Well, don't think a Christmas card is going to be changing hands between Hundeheg and Claessens this year. Late into the corner, wanted to get it into there, just couldn't see him coming. Took evasive action. Managed to avoid the worst outcome, which would be them coming together.
Get a look at the GTE AM category with the lead right now. This is between Usagi racing the 333, the 333 Ferrari of Hans Pitkin, and he still has a good lead, but not by much, over the Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro 396 of Ryan Wallace. He's currently in second position, closing in on the gap right now as they're coming out of turn 15, making their way towards turn 16. Pitkin doing a really good job of keeping the cars clean, has had not any major issues. Wallace, on the other hand, trying his best after a little bit of damage on the rear wing of the car, is working his way to try to close the gap on that Usagi Ferrari.
So work their way around the Alabama roller coaster up and over turn 4. And you know, it's fascinating. It struck me, as you mentioned, the damage on the back wing of Wallace there and the slight bit. Just thinking about endurance racing back when I first joined iRacing here, and how static everything was, and what you could get fixed on damage. You couldn't even get everything fixed on damaged. If you blew the engine, you were done for the day, essentially. And you look at Pitkin and you look at all these cars, the way the track changes, the way the cars change, the sun changes, the marbles that you now having out in certain places. It is such a drastically different sim to what we saw just a couple years ago. And it's made for such a fascinating race today that it has so much ebb and flow.
Yes, indeed. We can't thank iRacing enough for what they have done to make improvements in order to better the sim racing experience here for us to watch, as well as call, as well as compete on the iRacing service. So excellent job for what the crew has been able to accomplish in these past couple of years. And tell you what, looking forward to actually doing this when it gets actually late into the night, watching these cars go around, which we'll have an opportunity later on down the road.
Yep, the 24 Hours of Daytona is being eagerly looked forward to by myself and many, many drivers. Claesson, though, looking forward to keeping the car under control as he is trying to catch back up to DeCourt, but pushed a little bit too hard down there into 12 and 13. Good job catching that thing.
We might have a little bit of a scrap here for P10 in the LMP2s. It's 17th overall. It's Nathaniel Schramm in the 114. The newcomers, TCR, that's Team Challenge Racing, fending off Don Parks from Luxsim 24 Motorsports podcast team in the 110. They've been going at it the last couple of laps, and not one of those spots, not one of those positions you would really kind of watch. They are further back in the field, but great racing nonetheless.
Yep, Parks applying the pressure. And the car ahead of them that you're catching glances of, that is Fitzy Motorsports, is a lap ahead, so that is not for position ahead of them. Great run out of the S's, though, for Don Parks. Oh, but way wide, and that's a bad entry, and he's going to find a car coming back on course. That is Ryan Walker. that we just went by. Walker was way off course there. Looks like he just had an off by himself when he was dealing with his own lap traffic. Actually, that might be worth an onboard if we can get a replay on Walker. It's car number 315, and it was heading through 12 and 13. I think we might have it. I'm going to try it one more time here as we just got the end of it. He took a wild ride, and you're going to see those curbs I mentioned earlier, Taylor. Really, really send him flying.
Yes, indeed, and it's just so unfortunate. Those curbs can be very, very difficult to manage, as we see right there, just bouncing all over the place and then right into the grass. Thankfully kept it off the barricades to not cause any further damage to the car, but definitely caused some damage underneath in the undertrails.
And thankfully he didn't run into any other cars as he sailed across the track. Right now he is sitting down 25th in his class. LMP1s really haven't seen a whole lot, although we've got one of them pitting now. I think this is scheduled. It's the number 77 in 6th place. This is Niels Hundheg. He's been racing with Matthias Hoffman here today. I don't think they should have to swap drivers, but we'll see if they do here. And what, yep, looks like they will swap drivers one last time.
Looks like one of the Porsches right there, spinning on the front strip.
Looks like Jonathan Dance.
Number 289 Porsche, a lot of heavy damage on the nose of that car.
Here's a replay. I've done this so many times, Taylor. That last corner is deceptively hard. Oh, he paid for it hard.
Yeah, you got to be real careful when you're coming off corner exit. The car likes to wash up towards that corner exit and hit the grass or the gravel, and that just causes your car to lose control, and of course you will end up either in the inside wall or slide back out to the outside barricade. So very unfortunate for Jonathan Dance in that number 289 Porsche.
And we've got another car pitting as we watched that Porsche work his way slowly all the way around. Vikings are in now to Kim Salvesen, who was in third, I believe, before Kim took it into the pits. This comes right back out into traffic, though. So back out in ninth in class. Yeah, we saw there that Dance is taking the car back around, but is a very slow pace. And I think actually Jonathan Dance is about to hit the pits now. Yeah, there we go. So thankfully didn't run into anybody and all that. Joined, however, by Maximilian Fritz for Hoisingfeld 248. And this is, boy, talk about a quiet run. This is one of the teams up towards the front of the GTE Pro, and I can't remember a time we've even mentioned these guys.
We mentioned them a little earlier when they were in the top three, but right now Maximilian Fritz in the Team Hoisingfeld Porsche has been doing his best, trying to keep out of trouble as much as he can, but unfortunately he's not able to have a shot at battling for the lead. Unless something happens between these two of Casper de Kort and Tim Clayson right now. These two have been battling it out still as they continue on right now, about a 1.2 second gap between the two.
The Court still leading the way in the GTE Pro. Clayson's trailing at about 1.5 seconds behind. We're very, very close to the 1 hour left to go mark. If you're just joining us, this has been a 4-hour race. And it started at roughly, I believe, 9 a.m. virtual standard time. We're just about ready to hit noon now. And I was trying to mention it earlier before more action interrupted me. That means that the track going to continue to get hotter and hotter. Right now, it is at 90 degrees. Whoa!
Whoa!
And that is a Pineapple Airborne.
We have liftoff.
Which car was that, actually?
We are in Alabama. This is where they launched the rockets.
This is true.
That is the 360 Pineapple Racing. That's Pedro Diaz, and he is still stopped out on track right now.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Caution it. And there's the contact, and
that's
away he
also
goes.
because there's a car stopped upside down. That was one of the cars that hit him, Nacho Yarnos.
And the number 258 Samba Racing Team made heavy contact with the number 360 Pineapple Racing.
I hope he didn't have a VR headset or he's going to lose his nachos. That's actually going to get the onboard view ourselves. And I think from what I saw on the replay, I think that he just really had no choice in this. He was just kind of came upon an incident happening. Yeah, see, spun in front of him. Oh, he tried to take avoidance and the car didn't hold the brakes.
Really good job by those one cars to not make any more contact with that upside down car of Nacho.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be our third caution of the day as we see our leader, Dallas Pataska and Wyvern Racing's number 41 LMP1 catch the pace car. So with that, we're going to take another quick break here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the iRacing Esports Network. We'll come back with the pit stops once the pits open and bring you all the strategy here for the final hour. Welcome back to your sweet home. That's right, we are in Alabama at the Barber Motorsports Park for the 4 hours of Barber. It's round 3 of the DGFX live on the iRacing Esports Network. We're just waiting for pit stops to take place, which we expect to take place next time by, as they were doing their wave arounds. And we've got some interesting situations due to this caution. The second place team in the LMP2s has been caught a lap down from the overall leader. So the Wyvern Racing team, number 41, is sitting pretty at the moment, a lap ahead of everybody else here at the start of the final hour. And it's not as drastic for LMP2 because they are going to be on the same lap, but still it is quite a bit separating Fantini and Saunders between the 111 and the 101 in those cars. In fact, a lot of the drivers are still trying to play catch up as they wait to open that pit lane. Your leaders in each of the class: Pataska, as we mentioned, up in LMP1, Fantini in LMP2. Casper de Court still ahead of Claysons. Those two have been fighting closely together for quite a while now. Clayson's leading GTE Pro. And then GTE Am. Taylor, do you happen to see? I always lose track of these guys.
It would be the 333 of Usagi Racing with Pitkanen leading in that class.
They do. I'm seeing Bad Cactus Saguaro ahead of them. I think it's Saguaro. I think they are currently leading the GTE Am. Yes, it is indeed.
Yep, looking at it, it must have been an update to my relatives have not happened yet. So yes, Wallace is currently your GTE Am elite.
All right, so we're letting the cars get waved by, the stewards hustling them on, wanting to make sure that they get through. Who takes these stops? I actually don't think they've opened the pits quite yet. So another lap around before they can open up pit lane here. And I don't know about you guys, and maybe it's just perception because it's new. It's felt like it's been more under cloud cover than it has been sunny here today. It is partly cloudy out, so it's been going back and forth, but that track has looked gray and dull for the majority of this race from my perspective.
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, it seems like every other lap the sun would finally come out, but for the most part, it's like a lap or two, we would have complete cloud cover over the track, and then about a lap later, we would have it for just one lap of sunshine. So it definitely has made some definite improvements to just the quality of watching an actual race here on the iRacing server.
They've extended the caution naturally, just waiting for a few more of the cars to get their wave by. Again, this is only the third caution that we've seen all race long out of this 4-hour race, and with it being 3 hours into it, average, very easy to figure out, it is about 1 caution per hour so far. Pretty good record for these drivers for what is we hyped up to be one of the more difficult courses, and drivers having such a hard time to try and pass one another. I think patience has really been instilled, and not just that, but the drivers have taken it to heart, so credit goes out to them for doing such a fantastic job to make this an entertaining race here today. So as we head down the back stretch, now entering this final hour, think they should finally open the pits. They have no one heading up to it. So let's see what the stewards do this time. Pit entrance is open this lap. Message comes up on my screen. Who is a taker?
We were wondering if these teams were working it backwards, if they were going to wait till the 45-ish minute mark. This might be a little early for them.
Not for Fantini and a lot of the LMP2s. Fitzy is in. Ryan Wallace in the GTE Am competition is in. Wallace actually might have hit the wall there. he braked awful hard at the very end of that pit entry. Let's get a replay of onboard Wallace. It looked like he didn't on my screen, but let's see from the onboard view. Just a little bit of a touch.
Yeah.
Car looks fine on the replay, so no harm, no foul. Once again, a lot of cars into their pit stalls.
Yes, Tim Clayton also coming down pit road as well. He was going to make his pit stop. That will hand the lead over to, looks like, by the looks of it, Maximilian Fritz in the 248 team, Heusenfeld team. So that early pit stop they made a little while ago before that caution might have come into play for them, as they now have inherited the...
Even though the lead in the LMP1 is an entire lap, the battle for second is not. Marius Valiokas back out there. Only one car right now separate him from Kyle Burney in the Bad Cactus Racing Choya 95. That is Steven Kempson in the Porsche there. So I would expect Burney to get around him rather quickly on this restart and for a good battle for second place to ensue.
Oh, that'll be fun to watch. But here's hoping that we stay green when it comes back to regular racing. As last time that we had this, we had an immediate yellow after that because of cars being all bunched up out there on track. This is our leader that you're looking at, Dallas Pataska, number 41. Do we have any more takers for another pit stop after this one? Taylor Lane for Beast Racing and the LMP1s has come on in. Hopefully you should get going racing pretty quickly after these pit stops are done. The lights are now off. Oh, they've gone back on. Looks like they are mostly just trying to get cars back to the tail end of the field after that last set of pit stops. So I think they're just giving a little bit of leeway. We've got 51 minutes left, so another one more lap really won't hurt too bad as the sun comes out once more. With that, we're going to take a quick break while we wait for the green flag to return. We'll come back to that fast, hot racing here at Barber Motorsports Park. Stick around here on the iRacing Esports Network for the finale of Round 3. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. We are going green this time by, as the stewards inform us over the radio. Wyvern Racing DGFX leads LMP1. Team Hoisingveld 111 leads LMP2. And Fitzy Motorsports number 277 leads GTE Pro. So as the roof pace car peels in, Dallas Pataska once again is going to lead the field away as one of the cars ducks into the pits. I'll have to check to see who that is. It's an LMP1. And the green flag waves while the number 41 streaks away with an entire lap over the rest of the field.
Oh, that was Valiokas that came in the pits
Big
there.
trouble on the front straight away.
Oh, and it stopped right in the middle of the track. That was Ryan Wallace, our GTE AM leader. And now cars are trying to get back on track. There's more spinning off as they're mostly out of the way, so I don't know if they're going to have a caution here. Oh, great job by everyone for keeping that from being worse than it could have been.
Tom Bridle, an LMP2 driver in the 104 PCDC Motorsports Green, he took quite a ride going through there.
So did this start with Wallace? I'm not entirely sure. It was up at the very front of the pack, which is horrible. Oh yeah, got into the back of that Porsche, spun them both around. Wallace stopped at the very smack dab middle of the track in a blind corner. And then from there, it was just bowling for cars.
We got a lot of big names on there. We see the 201 of the Team Viking get involved with that. We're on board with Wallace. And it's just both geodesic racing cars were taken in there. AVA Vervatic.
I suspect some penalties are going to be handed out from that. And I can report while that was happening that Wallace made contact with another car heading through Museum Corner, sending him off, although that was more just a case of he's been slow trying to get back to the pits, and unfortunately everyone was checked up behind him, so it just caused an unfortunate situation. With 45 minutes left to go, a lot of cars finding themselves with damage at the tail end of the race.
Well, I can tell you who's grinning from ear to ear after that incident. That's the number 277, the Fitzy Motorsports team, currently with Christian Mikel in the car. He was able to get away squeaky clean from that and is currently leading in your GTE Pro category. Behind him is the 292 of the Graphite Racing team. He's got a lot of time to make up, though, to catch back.
Yeah, and DeCourt certainly has been dealing with a lot of traffic to try to get through here, which has not helped the situation. As you can see him streaming down through. With all the action, it didn't get a chance to report that we had an LMP1 pit during the caution late, and I've already lost my note on that. Nick, who was that?
That was Marius Valiokas, who was second place at the time, SRT Team USA. So they're back and forth, which is interesting because under that caution, like Joe said when we came back from break, Bad Cactus Racing Choya 95, Kyle Burney pitted. That moved Kinetic Racing 83 up to second, but then SRT Team USA pitting is going to move back Cactus Racing back up to third.
I hope everybody understood that. So it's a lot happening and switching around.
Yeah.
But main thing you need to know is Pataska still leads. Kinetic back into second, but still a lap down. And then Bad Cactus 95 winds up in third after all that. I wonder if that's a strategy ploy. Since we saw most of them, it's just a little bit under an hour. I wonder if that was a call by them to try and make it to the end, thinking that other drivers would have to pit.
Yeah, it was about
its final stint.
It's about 46, 47 minutes left when they did that. We've been saying about 45, so they might even be cutting it close, pitting then. But then again, if it works out, that might be a huge strategy call for them. Might move them up into second overall.
And speaking of which, why is Kim Salveson in the pits now? Is this scheduled? Or
No.
did they catch the damage?
Salveson was involved in that incident going into turn one, so yeah, he was probably down there doing repairs to that.
Well, that is not a fair result for them. For the race that they have managed to run so far, they deserve so much better than that. Meanwhile, as we look at Marcus Leitonen, who I believe is our leader in the GTE AM,
He was able to squeak on through there after that incident with Wallace getting into the back of a lap car in the GTE AM. So very good job right there for Marcus. He's actually currently 15th overall, as you can see on our leaderboard right there. So really great drive for Marcus, as he's now got his eyes set on trying to catch up to Kim Salveson, who's currently on pit road, which he'll be able to pat.
Yeah, right now I believe Wallace is still sitting in the pit lane looking for some grommets and nuts and bolts to try to repair the car. As we watch Anders Christensen in this battle for 16th overall in the GTE, looking to catch up to the leader Lehtinen. He's got a long ways to go with that 16-second gap. LMP2, which has been pretty spread out for this last half of the race, hence why we haven't covered them nearly as much. They gave us some good excitement at the start, though. It is still Fantini up at the front, and he's leading by a good 19 seconds over the Apex Reds' Alex Saunders. And that 19 seconds sounds like a lot, and it is going to take some extenuating circumstances for him to catch him, but we've seen that all it takes is a caution or some bad traffic, so the 111 could be caught by the 101. And for all the hype that we had made about difficulty in passing this track and drivers trying to get by one another, I've seen very few have trouble just simply driving the track. It seems like everybody's kind of been minding their P's and Q's and worrying more about getting to the end of this race than they are just running an incredibly rapid pace.
A little bit of an update on that LMP1 that pitted there, Marius Valio, because he's now 2 laps down overall. So he was in that group of 3 cars that were all 1 lap down back from Wyvern Racing, but now he's 2 laps down, which leaves just Kinetic Racing and Bad Cactus Choya to be the 2 1-car lap down. The 2 1 lap down cars.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
So you can see the traffic still very much playing a part in this, so really can't count out anybody because it could fall awry with one wrong move. Meanwhile, 7th place in the GTE Pro has got a nice little fight going on. This is Parkinson working on, Tommy Vandergook working on Nathan Parkinson.
Yeah, both of these drivers are having a good run right now. Vandergood's trying to get by a injured Parkinson right now as they go down through the roller coaster section, or the museum turns of turn 7 right now, coming off of there. Vandergood gets a good run off corner exit. Parkinson struggling a little bit with that damage that he received from that incident, coming back under the green flag, but it looks like Vandergood had to give way to some LMP2 traffic. But Parkinson's Ferrari completely tore up, surprising it's still running this decently on the track right now. So got to give them a good pat on the back for the able to keep going.
And we're seeing Boss Rowinkle, excuse me, going very slowly, but he's been by the pits a couple times. So maybe he's gotten back up to pace now, but that was the car that we saw them have to all work their way past on the backstretch. I worried for a moment that he had an incident. Wow, look at the Geodesic car really pushing the edges of the track and flirting with disaster there. This is our overall leader, back up to Pataska once again.
Right behind those two of Vandergooch and all of them, that is 2nd place Casper DeCourt. He's right behind the LMP2 cars right now, but he's been closing in. I've been watching his lap times. At one point it was 15 seconds. Right now it is closed in down to 11 seconds. So Casper has been closing in right now. Even though this lap traffic is not helping him too much, he's still been closing the gap.
Trying his hardest to use everything he can. More of those LMP2 cars sneaking through, going to separate the 2 of them momentarily. That's Gregory and Goodwin. Ooh, another off track there from Nathan Parkinson. He's got to be careful. That car already looks like it's a bit of a handful with all the damage that he's got, but that's twice now we've seen him dip the wheels off into the grass in high-speed areas.
Yeah, we have to say this time and time again, you got to be careful not to put your car out into those grasses too much, otherwise you will turn that car around very easily. We've seen it happen several times throughout the race, especially coming out of turn 16. So they just like to keep putting it out there, but pretty soon if they make that wrong move, it will cost them, as we have Taylor Lane going off way wide.
Got Taylor Lane continuing on. And excuse me. Oh, yeah, Taylor Lane coming out of, that was the, Taylor Lane coming out of the pits right there is because of a black flag for incident breach. And that was for his teammate. I guess not even iRacing staff are immune. Drew Adamson was the one that was black flagged for that. Back in LMP2, we got things getting close for 9th place. Tom Birdie being chased by Tony Baird, but oh, how the great have fallen. Remember, Tony Baird was leading this race for part of it early on. Now back in 10th position and many, many laps down from his class leader. Looks to the outside, coming down into Charlotte's Web. Can't quite get the run off the corner, or does he? They're going to switch positions, both left and right and front and back, because coming a long way around. Nice move by Tony Baird, the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, now up to 9th.
Like you said, Tony Baird not just leading this earlier, he is leading the points coming into this race. Surely that is going to change hands, but after a second at Silverstone, a third at Daytona, not the race Nomad Sim Racing would like to have today in this 102 car.
Up and around the final few corners. And Baird now working on Erling Bulmer. This is not for position. This is just trying to get a lap back from the 103. Credit, though, to the number 102 team for getting back out on track and keeping it going, trying to get whatever points they can. Meanwhile, in that same class, Garrett Kortlever in NAB Racing has Mark Usher gaining on him. Usher, another one who is much farther up. But again, has also run into trouble. The 187 Black Sheep Motorsports car is peeling away at that lead that the number 108 has. In fact, Garrett could be held up significantly here, because look at the cars up ahead of him. Yeah, a whole bunch of time lost. What was a second and a half is now completely vanished. That is Vandergrucht, Parkinson, and DeCourt ahead of them, that were spread across the track and offered no opportunity for Garrett to try and sneak by. Now on the backside, he gets one, but not two, and he's followed through by Usher, pressuring him at every corner. Oh, tries to sneak it through, but they come together. He turns him back straight. Oh, but the car is damaged, and as he hits the grass, it spins around.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure Mark Usher would love to get back up there and get a top 5 after today, but no, don't think it's going to happen. That's been how their race has gone much of this. See, just this, no room to go. There was room for one car there, not really for two.
Yeah.
And Usher lost it there, and then the extra damage caused him to spin out later on there.
I'd say that was an ambitious move on his part.
Can't blame him after being so fast earlier, just so eager to get back up through the field.
I mean, this late in the race, you got to do what you got to do to try and get positions. And Usher did it, but didn't do it effectively enough, unfortunately. So that puts him down in 7th. actually keeps him in 7th. It was Garrett that he was chasing. No cars were able to overtake him. Although now that he's damaged, he's only about 4.5 seconds ahead of the Apex Purple. That is Russell Clayson in 133. We'll see if he's got better pace than Mark Usher from here.
Guys, Casper DeCourt is closing in now on that 272, the 292 car. Was at 11 seconds, now dropped it down to 6.8 seconds. So Casper DeCourt is a man on a mission right now. And with about little over 30 minutes left in the race, anything can happen.
And we should point out that our leader in the GTE Pro is one of the few cars to have employed a 3-driver team. Sam Fitzpatrick started them off. Michael Evdoka did the middle stint, and they've since recently handed it back to Christian Mickle, who is in the car leading the way. Whoa, and that's a little bit of a cut course and an off track. Fitzy Motorsports car gets back on and loses some of that 7-second gap back to DeCourt. Figure out how long ago the pit stop was for Milka. It was 25 laps. Yeah, that is way too long of a stint. So the 277 should be handing this back over. I can't think of any sort of scenario that would allow them to retain the lead here.
Remember, within about 1 minute or so, once we get below the 30-minute mark, no full course yellows will be given out at the end of this race. So
that's a good point.
He's got 1 minute basically for a full course caution to come out if he wants to try and save fuel. But right now, he is losing a lot of time now. It's now under 4 seconds. Casper DeCourt is on the charge and ready to get pounced on this opportunity. And of course, we will be our first repeat winner possibly of the season if he's able to get by and move into the lead.
We've been ignoring poor LMP1 cars because they've spread out so far with such a small field. But Nick, I think you might be getting a present here soon.
There might be a little bit of a battle upcoming here for P6 Sim Experience Element Sim Racing Fire. Matthias Hoffman driving that car right now. He is being chased heavily by Taylor Lane of Beast Racing in the 82 car. What an eventful race they've had with Zach Rounds. They're trying to make their way back up through the field. And yeah, they've got a little bit of traffic in between them still for the Sim Experience guys to hold them off. But the 77 team also running into more GT traffic ahead of them, so might get good here soon. Whoa, contact there.
Yeah, that is Luis Emerton, who is a lap up on him, so really doesn't want to mess with him too much, and in fact lets him have his way through. But Taylor Lane obviously hustling. Remember, they had that penalty, so they're a bit out of position right now. And Matthias Hoffman getting closer and closer in that windscreen to Taylor Lane. Nathan Parkinson, the only one separating them for now, as Parkinson almost loses it coming out of turn 16. A couple cars coming out of the pit lane. I'm guessing either scheduled final stops or they finished some repairs. But it is becoming a bit of a New York traffic jam here as a lot of cars are taking up the road in front of this battle for LMP1 P6.
That 82 team, Beast Racing, they finished 6th at Silverstone, and then they actually weren't able to make the grid at Daytona, so I'm sure they'd love to get some a much better result here. They are sitting 7th right now, though, so it's going to be really difficult for them to move up any more than that.
Yeah, you take what you can get, and I'm sure that Taylor Lane's not going to sit around in this last half hour and just let that 6th place go. We are past that half-hour mark, so it is green from here to the end, and we will take you straight to the checkered flag here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Again, if you're just joining us, leading LMP1 is Dallas Pataska for Wyvern number 41. Leading the way in the LMP2s is Hoisingveld number 111 with Ronnie Fantini in the car. Fitzy Motorsports for fighting CRC 277. Christian Mickel is leading, but we believe should need one more pit stop, and we'll have to hand that one over. In the GTE AM category, Usagi Racing with Marcus Leitinen. The number 333 is leading the way, sitting 14th in that class. Not a bad showing in the overall GTE. That team's got some pace.
Yes, indeed. They've been showing quite good speed. Usually we don't see a GTE AM break inside the top 15, but due to the fact of some incidents that happened late into the race, this gives that chance for that team to break in there. And maybe, if things work out, they are about a lap behind the next car for overall position in GT. With the Dork Freak Racing Blanchimont, they could improve a little bit with a little bit of help.
And Nick, sounds like you've caught some interesting strategic things happening in LP1. What's going on?
Well, Wyvern Racing, the leaders, remember they had the entire one-lap lead. They have come into the pits. Dallas Patask, they are out of the pits now, but Dallas Patask is still in that car. The interesting thing about that is that that will unlap two more drivers right now. Kinetic Racing's Matthias Magnussen and Bag Cactus Racing Troya 95's Kyle Burney.
And, you know, I suspect this is really clever on their part. If not, it's unintentionally clever because they have to be aware of the rules. They know that no more cautions will be coming.
Yeah.
So they won't get bunched up. So they took it after the half-hour mark, knowing that they had basically a pit stop in their pocket. Maybe they just put some fresh tires and said, hey, let's make sure we're safe on fuel and just run this baby to the end.
Clever strategy indeed. It's a huge cushion for them.
Yeah.
They just have to, keep it clean for 26 minutes. They've been able to do it for a solid 3.5 hours, but still a lot of racing left.
And Philip Weed, that was with contact with Luis Emerton and the LMP ones coming down through the museum corner.
Ooh.
Big hip check on him.
Emerson better be careful. There could be a possible penalty for that.
Yeah. He tried to rejoin as well, and then looks like the curbing or the transition from the grass back to the pavement really got him loose there as well.
Yeah, even though it's the end of the race, you are not immune from penalties from the stewards. You see Emerton still running in 5th place, and that could have big implications because if they get a stop and go, they're only a minute ahead of Taylor Lane, who's on the same lap as them, the number 82 Beast Racing, so they could lose a spot.
I do gotta say something about Wyvern Racing. It has been amazing to watch them this year. This team, after being split from Blackadder, just comes out and just shows the field. After some trial and error, been able to show the field how well this team is prepared. Ooh, so we have a car off.
Oh,
Russell Clayson.
Russell Cannonball Clayson unfortunately shoots himself into the barrier, pushing hard. He was actually looking to overtake. We're watching that, and I was about to mention this is for position.
Yeah, he was chasing Garrett Courtlever there from NAB Racing.
That was going to be for 7th, and Russell's got serious damage on the car. Look at that, missing the front clip. And I'd say, is he going to pull it off and take a tow? Yes, he is indeed. Oh, disappointment for V Apex Purple. We're looking at a pretty decent finish.
Yeah, and Joe, we were talking about how we do have less than 30 minutes left, so there will be no more cautions. Interesting how some people are really using that to their advantage. It's hurting a lot of other people because you have to be perfect in these last 23 minutes now because you're not going to have another chance to get caught up to the rest of your field.
And mistakes are all the more costly. That's a fair point. And 23 minutes left to go. If you are, I feel like that's the best advice we've heard. If you are in a good position where you're not being challenged for a spot, just keep the car clean. Keep it within the bounds. Meanwhile, let's go up to the lead in the GTE Pros because we've been following Christian and Casper, and they have finally come together.
Yes, indeed, they finally have. They're making their way down towards Charlotte's Web, down towards they go hard onto the brakes. Casper de Court's not going to really push the issue, still wants to get by him, knowing possibly that 277 has to make a pit stop, but still, he is going to try and push to get by him as quickly as possible to extend that lead. He does know that Team Hoisenfeld, he was several seconds back, still has an opportunity, if given the chance, could close in if these two still continue to battle like this, like they are right now.
You know, based on what we just talked about too, I would say if I was Casper, just hang out behind him, let him make a mistake, and not do anything. Well, of course I say that, but we don't know if Graphite is aware that Fitzy has to make another pit stop, because both of them really push the edges of the track over the hump. So hopefully their teammates are on the ball and aware of what's going on as far as race strategy goes, because they don't need to pass them right now.
No, they don't really. I mean, they need to be keeping track of that, making sure everything is going, letting Casper know, hey, he's going to have to pit. You need to make sure you take care of the car. Do not push it too much. Otherwise, we'll lose this position and possibly this win. So they're probably trying to calm him down a little bit, make sure that keep him focused, though, and ready to make an attack when time comes.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Geodesic Racing Black one of the cars involved in that big Turn 1 incident
Yes,
on one of the restarts? Okay, so Brennan Cronin is actually currently sitting in 5th. How far behind is he on Christian? Because when Christian pits, that would bump Geodesic Black back up to 4th, if I'm not mistaken. That is a hell of a recovery drive from all the damage that they had before.
Looks like they got some of it fixed. By
Quite
the
a bit
looks
of it fixed, yeah.
Compared to their sister car, the Gold Racing car, who's seen better days.
Yeah, a perfect example there. Parkinson running around, still in 10th position.
He's
Still.
kind of like in his own little bubble right now. He has Magnus Wallstrom in the Busch Fink Racing about 14 seconds ahead of him, and then Jimbo Pfeiffer closing in a little bit, but not close enough to make anything happen at the moment.
Our leaders up in the GTE Pro still very close to one another, but still no moves from Casper de Court. We're just dealing with the traffic as it comes by, including Tony Baird. We're getting information from the team that Fitzy does not intend to pit, so they think they can go all the way to the end.
This changes everything then. So Casper needs to make sure that they do apply that pressure now. Maybe see if they can maybe push the car too much to where it could run out of fuel if that car is able to make it.
So this changes everything. This means that now DeCourt really has to get on top of it. 34 lap stint so far for Mikkel. These cars usually go a little bit over an hour, and this isn't a terribly thirsty circuit compared to places like Daytona. That seems like it is pushing it awful long.
It does. It really does. I would be quite impressed with this team if they're able to make it all the way.
It might explain some of their pace, though. I wonder if maybe they are trying to save fuel to get to the end.
They're getting held up by lap traffic right now.
Yeah, Team Vikings mid-guard lets them through a little bit wide. Coming through Charlotte's Web is going to give the inside into the next corner for Mikkel. Can Casper de Court get this done? Can he take the lead away? Defensive from Mikkel down into the corner, going to hold him off for now. As we expected, Casper trying to wait for the safe maneuver.
Gets a good run off of Museum, though. Make their way towards 8 and 9. Hits the curves, not too much, but just enough to keep the car going as straight as possible through that section. Up through 9, then up the hill in turn 10. Really great job by Casper trying his best, but also a really good job for Christian Michael, who's able to hold off a hard-charging Casper de Court.
Absolutely. Casper's been absolutely haunting him for these last few laps, and I'd say that if Christian can just keep this up, he could yet take away the win if they think they can make it. But right now, being put under pressure, that Rudolph nose getting bigger and bigger in the mirrors every lap.
And here's something now. We got 3 GTE AMs cars right in front of them right now, so this is going to change it a little bit. Let's see how well the GTE AM drivers are going to play with the pro drivers as they make their way towards Charlotte's Web.
And Christian's clearly feeling threatened because you can see he went slightly defensive once again down into Charlotte's Web. And just drifting over a little bit on every straightaway to try and cover him off just in case.
Yeah, but Casper is still, and Casper noticing gets right on the back bumper when they come on corner exits. Sometimes right now he has to give way to the LMP2 traffic, which is going to separate them a little bit. But as it goes,
this is bad news. This is bad news. 3 wide into turn 12 is not good, and they managed to pull out of it at just the last moment. But boy, Mickle was pushing his luck.
Well, here we go. Here, Casper, of course, able to try to follow suit with the LMP2. He looks to the inside as they go through turn 14 over to 15. Mikel has the inside line, but not able to hold off Casper de Court, move him into the P1 position in the GTE Pro category.
Let's watch this from onboard to court. He saw it happening, saw an opportunity. Just snuck into the inside. I'm impressed that he was able to complete the pass around the outside, but looks like Mickle was a little shallow into that final corner. So pencil the Graphite Racing car into P1 for now in GTE Pro. Already starting to leave the 277 a little bit behind. Good news for Fitzy is that Maximilian Fritz and Team Hoisingveld 248 is a whole 13 seconds back.
Now looking through the GTE field, the pro categories, that seems to be the only battle right now, is that class right now for P1. Other than that, still looks like in the GTE AM, it is still Usagi Racing with Marcus Lehtinen in the lead overall. He's got a 17-second lead over Anders Christensen and the AVA Verbatic team. So really good job by the team.
And while Nick, I'm sure, is over here enjoying some wine and some snacks or something, because nothing's been going on over in your two classes. The LMP1s and LMP2s have really split apart.
I have been watching Bad Cactus Racing Choya try to close in on Kinetic Racing's 83. They're about 8 seconds right now, I think. And Kyle Burney in that, yeah, it's 8.5 seconds right now. Kyle Burney has been closing in. That was about 16 seconds. So with 15 minutes left in this race, it's not impossible for the 95 team to get up there for a P2.
Well, they are hustling. So, like you said, if they're chopping them, actually, let me look at the lap times here recently to see how they compare. 109, 110, 109, pretty consistently for Bernie and Bad Cactus. Magnuson, a little bit more all over the place. Might be traffic, 110, 113, 110. So, looking pretty consistent that Bernie, every so many laps, chopping off maybe between 1 and 3 seconds. Third place in the GTE Pro is looking like it might get close, because Fritz, who we mentioned is far behind Mickle, is actually got Tim Clayson's, catching up in the 282.
Yep, Tim Clayson's closing the gap right now as a couple of LMP1s go by both of them, 3 LMP1s, as they're now going down towards turn 1, towards the Alabama roller coaster. Clayson's closing the gap as best he can up on Maximilian Fritz, but Fritz trying his best, got a little bit of GT traffic in front of him as well. Clayson's going to try his best to close the deal up out of Alabama roller coaster towards Charlotte's Web. Looking at the lap times right now, both of them are running very consistent lap times. Clayson, though, ran a 39 compared to Fritz's 98, so we could see a battle for P3 before this is all said and done.
sure he wants to get onto the podium with the way that Torque Freak car has been flirting with it pretty much all race long. Bit of a lockup down at the bottom of the museum corner for Fritz. The Team Hoisingfeld Porsche is probably well aware that he's got to hustle if he wants to be able to spray the champagne when all is said and done. Going to get interrupted by our overall leader, Pataska. Just going to split them momentarily. I've been taking a glance through our timing and scoring because the gaps coming together in a few places to see if that's just traffic or if drivers really are faster than one another, one of which was Fritz and Mikkel, because Fritz did gain some time on our second place driver, but that has now gone backwards. So I do think that is basically Fritz dealing with traffic, and it is indeed Claeson's that Maximilian has to worry more about at this point.
Yeah, going through Charlotte's Web, there was a couple of LMP1 cars that got in a little bit of way of Fritz. That cost him a little bit of time. That brings in Tim Claeson a little bit more down through the museum turns right now. They're coming off. Got to be careful on that corner exit not to get too much curbing and grass as they make their way down towards 8 and 9. Utilizing a little bit of slipstream right now. Claeson closing in on the gap right now. Making their way. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tim is looking so much faster now that he's caught up to the back of him. I'm kind of wondering if this is a matter of time. He's got 11 minutes left to do this, and at lap times in the 120s and 119s. I think that all he needs is one little mistake, one little bit of traffic, and he's going to be pouncing.
Let's see if he tries to make a look to the inside before they go into turn 1. I think he's going to follow suit right now. They get onto the brakes through turn 1, making their way up the hill towards the Alabama roller coaster before continuing their way up towards Charlotte's Web. Right on the back bumper of them as they go up the hill.
They've got some lap traffic in the form of Team Vikings Midgar, Harry Kalian, up ahead of them. Wow, look how close he gets to the back of Fritz, though. Fritz actually locking up the wheels slightly as he tries to get it turned in to Charlotte's Web, starting to put the pressure on.
Got a little bit of information from the Team Hoisenfeld 248 Porsche. They're saying that some damage that they have gotten during the race is very difficult, so it looks like they're going to have a tough time holding off the team. Ooh, there he goes. He gets loose.
Well, that'll help the defense because off the track goes Tim Claeson's. He catches the car, thankfully. That almost looked like it was all over for a second.
All that hard work, he's got to get back to it now.
A little bit of curb, a little bit of loose car. Man, beautiful catch in the end. A little bit of braking for the traffic coming through, forcing Fritz to slow it up and causing Tim Claeson's to lose his composure. It is 2.5 seconds. It's not insurmountable. So watch that replay one last time. But I think it's not as likely that we'll see Tim Claeson's get on the podium now.
Ooh, we saw some smoke, it looks like, coming out from Fitz. Looks like he had a little bit too much brakes going into Charlotte's Web. But no major issues right now. It is still about a 2.2 second gap.
Yeah, his coach on the box needs to get to him, let him know to just drive calm from here on out. He's not under pressure. Just get the laps in. Because there's only 8 minutes left to go, and all he's got to do is deal with his lap traffic. This is the mid-guard driver up ahead of him, trying to let him through. Does so politely. Then he's got the cars of Yeager and Purnell. This is one of the closest battles we have on track for the moment. All the others have separated.
I don't know about that, Joe. I'm looking at the timesheets between DeCourt and Mikel, it's under a second now when it was about 1.5 earlier. So we may have the battle for the lead may not be over yet.
And they're in clear track right now. So I wonder if that is just raw pace. Maybe Mikkel's figured out I've got enough fuel to get to the end and has started to pick it up. And that battle for the lead has one of his teammates waiting to talk to us, the 292, hoping to hold off Mikkel. We've got Julian Bell sitting here with us. Julian, is it more nerve-wracking to be in the car in these moments leading towards the end, or is it more nerve-wracking to be out of it and not have control?
I think definitely out of it. We're kind of just, going through our strategy and our fuel and everything like that, and you kind of look at all the different options. And sitting in the car, you're kind of really dialed in on everything and just running,
Are you guys worried at all about the Fitzy Motorsports car? They seem to think they can go to the end. We're skeptical here in the booth, but what about you guys?
I think we looked at their laps and just what we think was their kind of pit window. I think they can probably make it to the end right now. I don't know if that's under an assumption of fuel conserving or not. They seem to be keeping up with us right now. We thought we'd pull away a little bit more. We thought we had better pace than them. So it could come down to the wire. They're still looking like they've got good pace. I think they'll make it to the end.
Yeah, they are certainly keeping you guys honest all the way in these last final minutes. Casper seems to be handling things well. You had lots of battles. Did you expect to maybe try and win here today? Because you guys were up towards the front much of the way, but a win is something else.
Yeah, I think if we come away with the win here, it would be a great result. We knew it was going to be an intense race and extremely tight. I mean, looking at the qualifying times, you had so many cars that were in just a tenth or 2/10 of each other. And throughout free practices, everybody was running tight. And just the nature of the track, it's extremely hard to kind of create gaps and pull away from people unless you're commingled with traffic in a way that kind of benefits you. So, which we're seeing right now with Christian still, keeping up to us no problem. So, I think first would be starting fifth, not a complete surprise, but maybe a little higher than we expected. And we definitely benefited from a couple of the other fast cars up front picking up damage or unfortunate traffic situations.
Well, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. We wish you the best in these final 5 minutes. And unless any of my cohorts have any questions for you, I'm going to let you go to focus on your team.
Awesome, thank you.
That was Julian Bell, teammate to our leader in the GTE Pro, Casper DeCourt, currently in the Graphite, number 292, leading ahead of Christian Mikkel. Past that 5-minute mark. And it's not much of a race in the LMP1s. It's a little bit more of a race over in the LMP2s, but it's very much a race in the GTE Pro. We haven't checked on the GTE AM in a bit. Taylor, have you got tabs on who is leading over there and how close it is?
It's still the number 333 Usagi Racing Team. Actually, the Casper DeCourt is coming right up behind them right now, as you see in the picture. Marcus has currently been doing a great job holding off as we close in on those final minutes. He does have a 25-second advantage, though, over the AVA Vervatic of Anders Christensen. And then, of course, the closest battle for that would be the battle for second, actually, as Christensen has a 5.5-second lead over Jaeger. So that could come into play, but with only 4 minutes left in the race, I don't see anything major happening with that battle at this moment.
Ooh, we've got a bit of a battle brewing up for second in LMP1s.
Yeah, Kinetic Racing's 83 has been hunted down the last 30 minutes or so by Kyle Burney's Bad Cactus Racing Choyo 95. He has just about caught him. He's got a couple seconds left until that gap, but that was a 20-second gap at one point. It is now less than 2 seconds.
It's a lot less than that because some traffic has held up Matthias Magnussen. He is now right on his tail, and he's got 3 minutes, about 3 laps to try and get this done. The question is, can he do it? And does he dare A third place is a good haul of points as well for the number 95 car. Is it worth trying to jump the Kinetic 83?
Kinetic 83's been so good this year. If he loses this position and finishes there, it's going to be his worst finish of the season.
That was the Alliance car that we saw off track there. He's able to get going once again to try and finish this race. Pressure is now on for second place. It's the battle for best of the rest in the LMP1 class. And it's Kyle Burney seeing what he can do to try and dethrone Matthias Magnussen.
He's going to have to work with this traffic that they're getting through as well.
Oh, and his teammate, his sister team, is not in a good spot. He's going to try and pull out of the way, but the momentum is slightly in favor of Burney. He has no place to try and outbreak him into 12 and 13. There's a car off track off the course there. They didn't quite catch who that was. So as they come around, they are coming up to second place in the GTE Pro now. That's Mickle that they're going to be able to sneak by. They cause no problems there. Oh, what happened there? Just easily breezing by. Kyle Burney takes second place away in LMP1. Move Bad Cactus Choya up to second.
That was interesting.
Battery usage?
It might be, but Magnussen was really far off there.
It just made it look easy.
Yeah.
It was a tense battle in the final minutes, has turned into a damp squib, with Bad Cactus managing to overtake Matthias Magnussen. That might be the last of our close battles because Mickle and DeCourt have also separated.
I think what happened there was they were both on the button and Magnussen just had a lot less, so he ran out way before, and that is when Burney was able to shoot past him.
Clever use of the hybrid systems of these LMP1s. But right now, with only 50 seconds left to go, the white flag is getting ready to wave for Dallas Pataska. Wyvern Racing's number 41 had Brandon Guardecia start the race, handed it over to Dallas with no real good strategy call other than he felt bad for hogging all the glory. They started this thing in third place. They have been up front for much of it, leading the way and looking absolutely unfazed since the last pit stop because of the last caution, gifting them a full lap gap over second place. Clock now ticks down to the last seconds. It's been a 4-hour race here at Barber. 1 in the afternoon, virtual standard time. Just taking his time, patiently behind this traffic now. He has got a whole minute gap, nearly an entire lap gap over second place Kyle Burney. And as the clock now hits 0, the stewards up on the stand get ready with the checkered flag. Wyvern Racing comes around the final corner. Dallas Pataska, along with Brandon Guardecia, are going to win here at Barber Motorsports Park after 4 hours. Next up is our GTE Pro, Casper DeCourt for Graphite Racing. 2 wins on the season now for this team. I believe, I'm trying to find the GTE AM. Do you have tabs on them, Taylor?
Looking for... He's coming to the line now. This the 333 Usagi Racing Team wins it here at Barber Motorsports
Barber Motorsports Park. As now we've got our winner in the LMP2 class. Ronnie Fantini manages to take Team Hoisingfeld number 111 and a well-earned win here at Barber.
Dominating win there for Ronnie Fantini, and Team Hoisingfeld going to go 2 in a row after winning last month at Daytona. He goes right into doing some off-track burnouts there.
Yep, pretty much everybody has finished now, so They won't be counting the incident points from here. So with that, we're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. We're going to come back with the driver interviews as well as the unofficial results. And on screen, you're going to see all the upcoming races on the GSRC. Welcome back here on the iRacing Esports Network to Barber Motorsports Park. We just watched 4 hours of racing for round 3 of the DGFX series. And in the end, Wyvern Racing managed to take home the win. They started from third, but boy, what a run they had to try and dominate the field. And you got to give credit to Bad Cactus Racing, Choya 95. They took home second. They were on the lead lap, but just barely at the end of it. Still, they came back from quite a climb forward. Kinetic Racing had the pole, but they just did not seem to have the race pace at any point during this race. The number 83 finishes in third. Then we get to our cars who finished a lap down. We didn't even have anybody finishing 1 lap down. It goes straight to 2 laps down for SR Team USA in 4th place. Then GT Temple finishes in 5th, climbing from 7th on the grid, and Beast Racing goes from 8th to 6th. Sim Experience Fire finishes in 7th. And we jump over to our LMP2 winner. That's Team Hoisingfeld, number 111, taking the win over there in LMP2. Then second place for them is V Apex Racing Group Red, 9th overall, and 10th overall. Going to Fitzy Motorsports, finishing on the podium for LMP2 there in the number 113. Taylor?
Coming home in the 11th position overall is the Roadbasters group. They will come home in the 11th overall, followed by Black Sheep Motorsports in 12th position. 13th goes to the Team Vikings, followed by the NAB Racing Team of 14th position, followed by 15th of the Nomad Sim Racing Team. 16th goes to Simitalk Esport. They had a very difficult time, finishing 8 laps back, followed by the PCDC Motorsports in 17th. 18th goes to the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast in 18th. 19th is the TCR Racing Team, followed by the German Sim Racing in finishing out your top 20. Nick?
All right, so 21st overall is going to go to your GT Pro winner. That's Graphite Racing's GTE in the 292. Second place in that class is going to be Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC, followed by Team Hoisingfeld 248, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, and 25th overall, or 5th in the GT Pros, is going to be Geodesic Racing Black. Behind them is going to be Kinetic Racing 283, V Apex Racing Group Orange, Team Bushfink Racing Green, Geodesic Racing Gold in 9th, and then it's going to be Virtual Motorsports coming home in P30 overall.
Then when you get to 31st, Torque Freak Racing takes the last position before we get to the winner in the GTE-AM. That is Usagi Racing, finished 32nd overall. AVA Vovatic finishes on the podium. Didn't really cover them as much, but a fantastic job to finish up there in second. In class VRG Engineering, finishing third and last spot on the podium in that class. 35th overall goes to Black Sheep Motorsports, Alliance Racing with 36, and then the other Black Sheep Motorsports is 323 and 222, finishing 37th. Roadbasters takes 38th, and Luxim 24 Racing Podcast finishes 39th. No Bad Sib Racing finishes in 40th. Taylor?
Coming home in the 41st position is the PCDC Motorsports Racing Team, followed by the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast in 42nd. Bad Cactus Racing will come home in 43rd position, followed by the German Sim Racing GTE Team in 44th. The second of the Bad Cactus GTE AM Racing teams will come home in 45th position at 396. Next up is in 46 is the Speedworks Racing Team, the 229 having a very not so good race towards the end of it, followed by the V Apex Racing Group LMP2 car in 47th. Pineapple Racing, the 327 car, will come home in 48th position, followed by the Fisher Motorsports in 49th, and the Team Vikings Midgard will come home in 50th. Nick?
Samba Racing Team going to come home 51st. Team Vikings Ragnarok in the 201 going to come home 52nd. And a GTM team there, Pineapple Racing's number 360, 53rd. That's when we get to 54th overall, which is Sudaria REC Unicorn, the LMP1 winner back at Silverstone in a 4th place at Daytona. A very disappointing race for them today, 65 laps down. Then it's going to be the last LMP2 team, 4X Racing, followed by a couple more GT drivers, Lux Sim 24 Mode for Rookies, Black Sheep Motorsports 221, PCDC Motorsports Yellow, and then in 59th overall is the LMP1 of German Sim Racing, and then Fock Auto Tech Sim Racing 311, going to round out everything in P60.
There is your finishing order. We have our drivers of the winning car ready to talk to us. We've already talked to Brandon Garcia briefly, so why don't we talk to Dallas first, who took it home to the checkered flag. Dallas, Brandon said that he wanted to give you a little bit more time in the car because he felt guilty, and I'd say that you had one of the probably easier ones between the two of you.
Oh, for sure. This is my first race with this car and first race at this track, so I was more than welcome to give Brandon the hard stuff, which, getting into the thick of everything. So I definitely thought I had the easier half of the race or what have you, but overall it went really well. The car felt absolutely amazing. Of course, Brandon did a great job keeping it mostly clean for me. So when I got in, I could just focus on keeping it clean and getting to the end of the race. And then, of course, we managed traffic well to put ourselves ahead of the rest of the teams.
Now, we noticed a bit of an interesting move towards the end. You guys obviously had a pit after the half-hour mark. Was that intentional to do that after that last 30 minutes where you knew there would be no cautions?
No, not necessarily. We picked up some damage early in the race that forced us to pit at an awkward time, and we had a couple strategy calls that maybe weren't optimal. So it just how it worked out for us to go to the end on fuel. That was just the right time for us to do it.
Let's switch over to Brandon now. Obviously, it seems like you did a little bit of the heavy lifting, and even Dallas admitted it. What about you and your experience with this track? It doesn't get shown up on a lot of iRacing schedules. Have you had much time at Barber before this?
No, I before this hated the track, and as soon as I got into the LMP one, it's so much fun. Like, I haven't found a more fun combination for me yet.
Oh, that's good to hear as a fan of this track myself. So you guys obviously are having a pretty good run here, but it seems like you found a good rival and sort of, I don't know if you want to call it a sister team or what, but Wyvern and Kinetic having split up. I mean, is this a friendly rivalry that you two have?
Absolutely, and also with I've been friends with Kyle as well for probably 10 years now, dating back to the Forza.
Well, that's good to hear, and we look forward to you two duking it out for the rest of the season. We got to let you guys go because we have a lot of people to talk to. Congratulations on a well-earned win. You showed some extreme form out there today.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That's Dallas Pataska and Brennan Guarcia. Up next, we have our winner in the GTE Pro class, and I believe Taylor is talking to them.
We've caught up here with Casper DeCourt. Casper, excellent job towards the end of the race with your teammate. Tell us, how did you go for you guys?
Well, I think our main approach was to just not get into trouble. We saw a lot of the front runners in GTE get caught up in incidents. Some may have been their fault, some probably weren't. And then, especially in the final caution, that meant we could make it to the end. I think Fitzai almost ran out of fuel, so I guess they had a slightly different strategy there. But and the same in the battle at the end with Christian, just only high percentage moves to make the pass.
Yeah, and this makes it your second win of the season right now, with your first win happening over at Silverstone. With this win, do you think now you are able to be confident enough to possibly go for the championship as we move forward to the rest of the season?
Well, this definitely puts us in a good place. I think all of the two teams we were pretty much even on had coming into this race had issues. So we definitely pulled away from the whole field with this race. So, well, we're only halfway, so lots can happen still, but we're feeling confident, that's for sure.
Well, very good. Again, Casper, congratulations on you and Julian's win here at Barber Motorsports Park. We look forward to seeing you at the next round.
That was our winner over in the GT Pro class. And now we've caught up with the GTM winner. At least one of them, Marcus Leitinen, has joined us, and he drove with Hans Pitkinen. Now, Marcus, most of those other classes obviously are dealing with traffic, but you guys, you're in the thick of it, not just with faster and slower classes, but a class that is the same pace as you. Does that make it extra frustrating to try to fight for the win in the GTEM?
Well, to be totally honest with you, then yes. Still a bit emotional, sorry.
I can imagine why. I mean, congratulations on the win. It looked like there was a lot that the mid-pack and the GT classes had to deal with because there was a number of accidents that seemed to erupt in the midst of those two.
Yeah. And our struggle started already from the very beginning, since the... sorry, let me think for a moment. Yes, so Hannes was supposed to start the race, but his computer got the blue screen of death, and then I was forced to do the start, and we had to start from the pit lane, and yeah, basically we started half a minute behind the pack, and then climbing our way back to the top was something very special I haven't done so far in this sim.
It's a joy to hear the emotion in your voice on this win. We don't often get to hear that from drivers. And this race was a little bit different from the previous ones as well. We saw very few cautions compared to what we had before. Two-part question: does that surprise you? And also, what were your feelings from your perspective? Did it seem cleaner and to merit the fewer cautions from your point of view?
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised how little incidents we have in the end. Thinking about the track itself, well, luckily it's very wide, so there's a lot of space in the end, and especially the prototypes were playing quite gentleman on this particular race, so they didn't push it all the way through in the tough positions, and just managing the pace and trying to pull it together without having too many issues this time.
Well, we hope to see you at Monza in a month's time. Have a happy new year and a happy holiday. And again, congratulations. Go celebrate that win, sir.
Yes, we will definitely do that.
That was Marcus Layton, who clearly is incredibly happy with that win. And up next, don't think we have the winners in LMP2, but we do have some of the podium finishers talking to Nick Schmeg.
Absolutely. We have the second place team in the LMP1 class, Bad Cactus Racing, Choya 95. I'm going to start with Ed here. Talk about the switch over from LMP2 to LMP1, because we saw you win at Silverstone in the LMP2 and then race at Daytona as well. Well, now you show up to Barber in an LMP1.
Yeah, it was actually kind of a big change for me. I'm totally new to the car, but Kyle helped me feel comfortable in there, gave us a great set, and so it went pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I'd say the top two in LMP1 today this is both of their first races in that class. Now, Kyle, you had the reins to end this race, and talk about that run that you had down on the Kinetic Racing 83 team. They've been so dominant this year, yet you were able to catch.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen. I think when we went back green from the start of the race, I think we were about 38, 39 seconds back. So I was just kind of plugging away. And then after we went through the field the first time, I was about 24 or 25 seconds back. So then I'm like, okay. And I just basically tried to do qualifying laps as much as possible for the rest of the stint. And called Ed in out of race control because I knew that they weren't going to be doing much this late in the race, and had him kind of talk me through it. And he's like, yeah, you can do it. We're good on fuel. And I just kind of pushed and saw the opportunity down the straight, knew that I had the extra boost at the hybrid, and just held it down until I was past him.
All right. Well, we have 3 races left in the season. Ed, what is the plan going forward for the Bad Cactus Racing Choya team?
When?
Monza next month.
Yeah, Monza will be interesting in this car, for sure. So got my work cut out for me to get comfortable there and get some speed going. So got a good coach though.
All right, you do indeed. Series organizers here. Kyle, anyone you want to give a last second shout out to?
Just you guys. Thanks for everything that you guys do. You guys put on a great broadcast, and obviously Ed, and I think the biggest one, the unnamed hero of DGFX this season is Tom in race control. He's the one taking the reins of being in race control and not driving this year full time. So definitely a shout out to him, because obviously doing it for a few years, I know everything he's going through, and there's been a few people who have been stepping up and helping out in there, and they're realizing how much of a big task it is to be in race control. So big shout out to them, and then you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
Absolutely. Very fun series to be up in the booth for.
I concur. So, with that, we've got to close up here today. It's been a long broadcast for a lot of us. And of course, we want to thank the organizers, Kyle and his huge team of people behind the scenes that we mentioned during the broadcast help make this thing happen. Also, thanks to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast. You can see them listed here on your screen. And additional thanks go to Eric Ekholm and June Lalonde, who provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of their great work. Thanks to the team today, Nick, Taylor, Amjad, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also check us out on social media. We're on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram at GSRC_Graham. As we mentioned, we are going over to Italy for the next race, to Monza. And that'll be Saturday, January 5th at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on your screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. However, until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.